Chapter 381. Elise was a standout wherever she went. A young woman in maid's attire, carrying a large coffin on her back. Moreover, she drew countless swords from that coffin to slaughter her enemies, and her distinctive metallic blue eyes shot piercing glares. But in this battle, Elise didn't take the front lines. Instead, she concealed her presence. She stayed strictly in a support role for her allies, remaining in the rear. As the battle became longer and more grueling, and when the strength of her comrades waned, she knew her role was to protect Ash to the very end. No matter what happens, ensure His Highness the Prince is safe. Just as Serenade, Elise's master, had earnestly instructed. Elise didn't forget her inherent purpose and, therefore, could exert herself in this situation. Whoosh! Thunk! South of Crossroad. The plains in front of the city walls. The gray magical fortress summoned by Ash. Standing at its edge, Elise gracefully swung the two long swords in her hands. The goblins impaled by the trajectory of her blades spewed blood like fountains before collapsing to the ground. After displaying her smooth sword dance, Elise glanced around. Boom! Boom! It felt like the end of the world. The walls of Crossroad were crumbling and burning, and through the gaps, goblins poured endlessly into the city. Still, thousands of goblins remained on these plains, surrounding the gray magical fortress. The fortress erected by Ash's magic was sturdy, but those atop it were growing weary. Both heroes and soldiers were exhausted from the day-long intense battle. Their bodies were covered in the blood of monsters and minor injuries, and their weapons and supplies were rapidly depleting. Coolin, Verdandi, Duskbringer, even Lucas, all looked exhausted and pale, gasping for breath. Kaha! Ha-ha! Even the summoned Troll King, who fought alone outside the fortress, had fallen. Initially not having the abnormal healing specs like her original body, she was eventually subdued and fell to the ground, pierced by hundreds of swords and spears. Creak! Screech! Regardless of the human situation, the goblins kept swarming in relentlessly. A faint despair flickered across everyone's faces. Out of the 50,000 goblins that marched from the Black Lake, a staggering 40,000 had been killed. They kept killing over and over, but the remaining 10,000 were enough to ravage Crossroad. It's my fault, Ash murmured. Elise glanced at the prince. My small mistakes, rolling like a tiny snowball, led to this outcome. I could have annihilated them more efficiently with less damage, but because of my mistakes, Ash was in bad shape. He still couldn't properly hold himself up and continued to cough up blood. It was clearly an overexertion. He had used up his physical and mental strength in battling the enemy leader, and then forced himself to summon the fortress twice. Yet even in such a state, Ash struggled to stand. Elise quietly admonished him. Your Highness, please rest a bit more. It's not yet time for you to step forward. If I don't step in, more people will die. Ash, with haggard eyes, looked at the burning city. People are dying because of me. That's when Elise saw it. The burden that Ash carried on his shoulders. He was blaming himself for the deaths of those lost in the battle. Carrying the weight of hundreds, thousands of lives on his shoulders, staggering but enduring. Elise had no intention of lightening his load. It wasn't her role. If there are people who died because of His Highness, just maybe, she was merely being honest. There are also people who survived thanks to Your Highness. Just as Your Highness can't forget those who died, those who survived can't forget what you've given them. Elise's dry voice resonated clearly around. Coolin wiped the sweat off his chin and stood up on his knees. Verdandi took out a bag of nuts from her bosom and passed it to her comrades, and Duskbringer took the bag and ate its contents in one gulp. Lucas, standing up straight and taking a deep breath, raised his sword again. All of them owed their lives to Ash. Therefore, if it would help support Ash, they would stand up again and again. And it wasn't just them who owed their lives to Ash. Tada-ta-tada. From a distance, the sound of an unidentified machine started to ring. The sound came from the north. One by one, the heroes lifted their eyes towards the sound. From the northern sky, where the sunset was beginning, the sound was getting closer. Elise, knowing the identity of the sound, let a faint smile cross her lips. The seeds your highness has sown have not been in vain. And then, ta-ta-ta-ta-ta, crossing the red sky, surpassing the walls of Crossroad, it appeared. It was a massive airship. At first glance, it was an anachronism, a dull, heavy mass of metal with no hint of aesthetic design. Blue flames shot out from the crude thruster, looking like a furnace stuck onto it. Two propellers attached to the head and tail of the airship whirred menacingly. Thwack dash! Over the plains, the numerous magical cannon ports attached to the bottom of the airship aimed around. And then, to-do-do-do-do dash! A terrifying sound of gunfire erupted. The barrage instantly shredded the goblins in the area. The goblins surrounding the gray magical fortress were swept away in a flash. The people standing on the gray fortress gaped at the overwhelming firepower. The vanguard assault ship that was used by the Allied races during the 100-year-old tribal war, and was thought to have sunk in the Eastern Sea after being completely destroyed. Even Ash was so startled that he lost his words. Only Elise calmly explained. Purchased by our Silver Winter Merchant Guild in the black market. Secretly repaired over the last 6 months. Our young lady's dowry. No, a secret military supply. The emblem of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild was freshly stamped on the bottom of the airship. Looking up at it, Elise nodded. It's the flagship Geronimo. Creak dash. The hatch on the side of the airship opened. And through the gap, a woman with aqua-colored hair fluttering in the storm appeared. Your Highness dash, the owner of the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Serenade Silver Winter waved her hand cheerfully. That somewhat extraordinary military supply I mentioned. How is it? Pretty good, right? It was more than just a bit extraordinary. Ash also laughed softly, incredulous. According to the imperial law, all airships must belong to the royal family. Those who violate this can be sentenced to death. Serenade had blatantly ignored the imperial law to come back to the battlefield in an airship, just to save Ash. To-do-do-do-do dash. The airship continued to fly low, firing barrages incessantly. But no matter how powerful the airship's firepower was, it was just one, and not enough to turn the tide of the battle. Instead, the loud noise attracted more goblins, fiercely swarming towards them. But Serenade, smiling brightly, pointed towards the distance. It's not just me. Look! Serenade's finger pointed to the west. Ash's eyes widened as he turned in that direction. Taka-tak, 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 on the western hills above Crossroad. Against the backdrop of the sunset, people on horseback were steadily arriving. Among them, the knights at the forefront wore armor as red as blood. 500 members of the Bringer Duchy, Dragon Blood Knights. The knight leading the way shouted out with a resounding voice. We have arrived in response to the great Dragon Lady's call. From this moment, we will support the monster front. Beside them stepped forward a nobleman in flamboyant attire, sporting an elegantly groomed beard. I am Valinio, head of the Southern City-State Alliance. Upon receiving Crossroads' request for support, I've gathered volunteer troops from nearby city-states. Stroking his beard, Valinio smirked. My father's father owed a debt to Crossroad. Finally, I can start to repay it. City-State Alliance, 400 volunteer troops. Joining the fight. Next, a man with sun-kissed skin and a turban, riding a camel, stepped forward. Descendant of the fallen Western Kingdom, the nomadic tribe Mirage. 200 warriors. The man's deep eyes, glaring at the goblins, were filled with bitter hatred. We've read your call for support, young lord of Crossroad. We can't miss out on killing those greenskins. Count us in. One after another, the leaders of various forces stepped forward and exclaimed. From the barony of Vientina, 50 private soldiers. Joining the fight. From the county of Malia too, 80 private soldiers. Will join. From the eastern end, the port city of Sandend, 100 Marines, from the Merchant Guild as well, here to repay the devotion of the monster front. We must repay the kindness Crossroad has shown us. We can't let the goblins overrun Crossroad. And then, talk, a woman with light green hair, riding a giant deer, appeared. I received your letter, Prince Ash. The woman, wearing a white branch crown, had long ears, and under her eyes were 4 teardrop-shaped, diamond-like marks. I came to have a heart-to-heart talk with you, but I didn't expect such a spectacle. Had you requested reinforcements from the beginning, I would have brought more troops. The elf woman stretched out her arm. Queen Skuld of the Elves, from the Elf Autonomous Region, 50 fairy scouts, joining the battle. And lastly, warriors with muscular builds and pale complexions, dressed in white fur, appeared riding wolves. A girl with ivory hair at the forefront showed a grin. Are we the only ones from the north? Ariane, the second princess of the Aryan Kingdom. Aryan Kingdom warriors, 100 men, joining the fight. Yoon, the Aryan princess who almost married Ash, squinted her bright yellow eyes and waved her hand. I came to see you since I was nearby, my former betrothed. People were lined up against the sunset. At the sudden appearance of the reinforcements, people raised their arms and cheered, while the goblins were confused and didn't know what to do. Ash looked in disbelief at the scene on the western hill. When he sent the call for support, he thought no one would respond. Yet from all over the world, people had gathered to help them, so many of them. Crossroads relief troops, a total of 1,800 men, joining the battle. Let's go. Kill the goblins dash. Support the monster front dash. Soldiers on horses, camels, deer, and wolves shouted various cries as they rushed down from the western hill. And the support troops didn't end there. Talk. From the south. Along the path the goblins had taken, troops riding skeletal warhorses appeared. At first, the soldiers tensed up, thinking they were enemy forces, but they were not. It was people riding the skeletal horses. Sorry for being late, Your Highness. My monster legion couldn't use the gate, so we had to come all by land. It was Jackal who had led the monsters he had tamed, including the skeletal warhorses. And those who came with Jackal riding the skeletal warhorses were adventurers from the Lake Kingdom base camp. Sorry, Ash. We purposely followed them by land to hit the rear of the advancing enemy. But the troops they left behind slowed us down as we had to deal with them. Nameless clicked her tongue and adjusted her sword, while Kelly Bay hefted her hammer in her hand. But thanks to that, we were able to rescue someone. Sitting behind Kelly Bay, wrapped in a blanket, was Lily. She had been isolated at the forward base and was rescued by the people from the base camp. Lily bowed her head to Ash. Ash pressed his lips together and nodded back in response. Kelly Bay thrust her hammer forward and shouted, "All right, let's get energized and clean up those goblins dash. Here we go. Let's go dash. Save Crossroad dash. Do dash." From the south and the west, those who had gathered to protect Crossroad, regardless of their race or affiliation, rushed forward. And they plunged into the green wave of monsters. Chapter 382. The battle had ended. It wasn't until a week had passed that the defensive battle finally concluded. The goblins in the southern plains were quickly dealt with thanks to the reinforcements, but it took some time to completely clear out the goblins that had burrowed into Crossroad City. Brutal street fighting unfolded within the city, and it took 3 days to mostly wrap things up. An additional 4 days were required to hunt down and kill every last goblin hiding in every nook and cranny, triggering the system message announcing the end of the defensive battle. In total, it took a week. Standing atop the city walls, I quietly surveyed the chaos that had become of the city. Thousands of goblin corpses still littered the city. The destruction they had caused to the city's infrastructure was immeasurable. As I looked over the city, stained with ash and greenish blood, my teeth clenched in devastation. Could this damage ever be repaired? People are resilient, Evangeline, who had come to stand beside me, said, "The people of Crossroad are stubbornly tenacious. They'll overcome this too, just like they always have." Rumors of the battle's end must have spread, as citizens we had evacuated began to return one by one. And without being asked, these returning people began clearing away the goblin corpses and cleaning the city, stained with their blood. From one corner of the city, people silently started sweating as they began the reconstruction. I watched this scene in a daze. The broken city can be fixed, but the lost lives can never be returned. "Lucas." "Yes, my lord." Lucas, who had come with Evangeline, responded. I asked quietly, "How goes the compilation of the casualty list?" "We've just finished it, my lord. Would you like to see it?" "Yes." Lucas handed me a thick file with a formal posture. I took it and began flipping through the pages, scanning the names. The only sound atop the silent city walls was the rustling of paper as I turned the pages. My knights waited patiently as I reviewed each name. Having finished verifying all the names, I closed the file. 22 heroes, 488 soldiers. That was the count of the dead, and the number of wounded was far greater. It would be quicker to count those who weren't injured. How many of the injured could return to the front lines? "We've lost so much." I raised my hand to cover my eyes. Monsters are considered annihilated only when the last one is killed. But Crossroad is different. We must continue to fight and therefore must approach this from a military perspective. In military terms, a unit is considered annihilated when it loses 20% of its strength. We lost 500 out of 2,500. Moreover, the casualty rate among key hero characters far exceeded 20%. The city walls have collapsed, the soldiers are severely depleted, and the city itself is in shambles. Militarily, we might as well have been annihilated in this battle. The damage is that extensive. If the reinforcements hadn't arrived, it would have been the end for us. We barely managed to win because the reinforcements, whose arrival was uncertain, eventually came. Had they not arrived, the losses would have been far greater. In other words, this victory was almost a stroke of luck. Strategies should be executed with certainty. But the measures I had prepared failed to deal a fatal blow to the enemy, and we nearly faced defeat. This victory is just due to luck. Just luck. As I muttered, a refreshing voice reached my ears. "Do you need to blame yourself so, commander of the monster front?" I looked up to see a girl with ivory skin approaching along the city wall. She was leading warriors from the northern kingdom, clad in leather armor adorned with white animal fur. "Wasn't it none other than you who summoned that relief force? Your efforts have led to this outcome. It's too clear to simply attribute to luck the chain of cause and effect you've built up, isn't it?" I called out her name. "Princess Yoon. In the imperial capital, you strutted around like a confident tiger, but now you're more like a wounded wildcat." Prince Ash, Aryan Kingdom's second princess, Yoon Ariane, shouldering a large axe and showcasing well-muscled arms, came to a stop before me. "This side of you has its charm, but the you who smiled arrogantly as if you knew everything was more impressive. You look better now than you did at the party." She had swapped her party dress for a leather armor that clearly revealed her abs. Her distinctive northern fair skin was splattered with green goblin blood. She had stood out among the relief forces, both for her ferocity in battle and her high status, naturally taking on the role of their representative. That must be why she had come to see me now. "Do you have some business?" "Now that the battle is over, it's time for the relief forces to disband." Right. The relief forces were only a temporary alliance for a common cause, and now they must return to their original places. The 1,800-strong relief force ultimately suffered about 100 fatalities and around 200 wounded. We need to take care of these casualties and express our gratitude to those who came to our aid. Everyone is waiting. You're not planning to leave me hanging again, are you? I stood up silently. Yoon, smiling, led the way, and I followed beside her. Lucas and Evangeline trailed behind us. I repeated my thanks to Yoon. I can't thank the relief forces enough. Thanks to them, Crossroad has survived. Well, to be honest, not everyone came purely for the cause. No need to be too grateful. Yoon shrugged playfully, and I looked at her curiously. Are you saying everyone had other reasons for coming here? Reasons, or let's say, a few motivations. Yoon continued fluently. Firstly, the greenskins are a threat to everyone. They're different from other monsters. They're not just remnants of the past, but a present-day disaster. If tens of thousands of them emerge, the entire southern part of the continent would be devastated if Crossroad fell. That's why people from the south, southwest, and southeast actively came to help. If Crossroad fell, they would be next. Next, the active lobbying by the Silver Winter Merchant Guild. Did the Silver Winter Merchant Guild lobby? That's what they say. They apparently nudged for participation while requesting military supplies from Crossroad. For small city-states and peripheral nobilities, it's hard to refuse a lobby from the Empire's top guild. I opened my mouth slightly in surprise. Serenade. She went to such lengths. And the last reason, actually this is the most crucial. Yoon, her footsteps tapping ahead, turned to face me, her bright yellow eyes narrowing. It's because of the imperial succession. I closed my mouth and furrowed my eyebrows. Yoon continued. The Everblack Empire is a superpower that holds world hegemony. For the surrounding small nations, they have no choice but to try to impress the next emperor. But in the current situation, where the first and second princes are engaged in a civil war, it's difficult to choose sides. It's uncertain who will become the emperor. Yoon extended her index finger and lightly tapped my chest. But what if they support you, the third prince, who took a step back from the succession war? It's a way to score points with the imperial family without any risk. Especially for the smaller bordering nations, it's more feasible to align with you than the inaccessible first and second princes. That's why they all rushed to help. So, was this movement underlaid with political calculations? Everyone judged the benefits to outweigh the costs and thus brought their troops here. Well, that's what I think. Among them, there are definitely those who came with a pure intention. Really, to help Crossroad. Yoon tapped her head with her index finger. But certainly many came after weighing the pros and cons in their minds. Prince Ash, you should keep this in mind. Did you also come for that reason, Yoon? Well, I won't deny it. We reached the bottom of the city walls and headed towards the barracks. Yoon continued chattering. The agreement between our kingdom and the Empire isn't being respected due to the first and second princes' conflict. I understand that the Empire's administration has come to a halt, but... So I came to urge the implementation of the agreement, but seeing I couldn't even approach the imperial capital, I decided to see your face since I had already come this far, and then I joined the battle after learning about the situation. We stopped in front of the conference room at the barracks. Yun's smile faded, and she faced me with a serious expression. The whole world is watching Everblack. And as the internal conflict between the first and second princes becomes protracted without a clear outcome, everyone's attention is slowly shifting. Her finger lightly pressed against my chest. Towards you. I removed her finger and spoke bluntly. I have no interest in who takes the throne. I just want to protect this front line. If you wish to protect your small front, Prince Ash, you should graciously accept the world's attention. And... Opening the door to the conference room, Yoon smiled slyly. Didn't you calculate this would happen? I didn't respond and followed her inside. Inside the conference room, leaders of each group from the relief forces were seated. As Yoon and I entered, they all rose to their feet. I took a light breath and smiled warmly. I truly appreciate your coming to aid as relief forces, everyone. Regardless of their individual motives for coming to this city, it didn't matter. Your sacrifice and dedication will be clearly remembered by Ash-born hater Everblack, the third prince of Everblack. What difference does it make from hiring mercenaries with money? If they have desires, I'm willing to pay. As long as it sustains this front line at any cost. Before disbanding, I would like to offer appropriate rewards from Crossroad for the courage you have shown. After promising suitable rewards to the leaders of each relief force and generously distributing the goblin magic stones extracted this time based on their contributions, I liberally issued promissory notes in the name of the third prince for the favors rendered. Those with this as their main objective beamed and shook hands with me repeatedly. It was decided to bury the bodies of the relief force members who died in battle here. The wounded would also be treated here before being sent back. After enduring such tedious and ritualistic conversations and meetings, it was almost night before I could finally leave the conference room. Politics is a nauseating affair. I exhaled a tired sigh, but, dreadful as politics may be, it's better than war. I stepped out to the west side of the city. At the western burial grounds, the bodies of the deceased were still being laid to rest in coffins. Since there was no time for formal funerals, the bodies were being collected for each to perform their rites. On the hill dyed with the red sunset, the living silently placed the dead beneath the ground. And someone else was watching this scene, apart from me. It was Lily. Seated in a wheelchair, wrapped in a blanket, Lily was staring with empty eyes at the newly made graves. I didn't want to move forward, nor did I have the courage to speak. But I am a commander, and also her comrade. Therefore, I slowly approached Lily. Even though I made my footsteps heard on purpose, Lily didn't look at me, continuing to gaze at the graves. We silently watched the growing graves together. After a while, Lily spoke. "Don't make a grave for Godhand." "What?" "Treat him as missing." Lilith's thin hand gripped the blanket on her shoulder tightly. "We never found his body. We searched the forward base thoroughly, but we couldn't recover his body." So, she was right. We had deployed forces to the forward base to recover the bodies of the dead heroes. But while we found others, we never found Godhand's body. "He promised," Lily murmured with a dry, parched voice, "that he would return before the end of winter." It's still winter, so the promise is still valid. The snow had already stopped. Once this dry cold ends, spring will come. But Lily seemed unwilling to let go of this winter. She buried herself deep in the wheelchair, murmuring faintly, "I'll wait until this winter ends." I didn't offer her any consolation. I couldn't even if I wanted to. After acknowledging her, I silently turned around and walked back into the city. Lily remained still on the western hill until I returned to the city. Until the sunset faded away and even the biting wind ceased. Continuously, Stage 15, clear. Stage MVP Ash, EX. Level up characters. Ash, EX. Plus 45 others, expand list. Deceased characters. Saintess Margarita, R. Plus 20 others, expand list. Missing characters. Godhand, Zar. Injured characters. Ash, EX. Plus 45 others, expand list. Acquired items. Goblin Legion Magic Stones, 8270. Goblin God King Magic Core SSR 1. Stage clear rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. SR Grade Reward Box, 3. SSR Grade Reward Box, 1. Get ready for the next stage. Next stage. Shattered. Chapter 383. The next day, those who had come as relief forces began to leave Crossroad one by one. The city-states all want to be of help to Crossroad and Prince Ash. Valen, the leader of the Southern City-State Alliance, stroked his impressive beard and gave me a knowing look. "I hope we can maintain a constructive relationship in the future. I look forward to working with you, Lord Valen." We shook hands firmly. Valen then led his militia out of the city. "Should the monsters stir again, do not hesitate to ask for our support." The chieftain of the Mirage, a nomadic tribe from the west, adjusted his turban and said this. "The people of the west are born to kill monsters. It brings us joy to slay them, whether they are greenskins or not. I will be sure to contact you again soon, chieftain." He placed his hand on his left chest and bowed slightly. It was a Western-style salute, and I returned the gesture in kind. The other leaders also came one by one to say goodbye before leading their soldiers away. I bid each of them farewell with due politeness. Only 3 forces from the relief army remained. The Dragonblood Knights from the Bringer Duchy, the fairy scout troops led by the elf queen herself, and the warriors from Princess Yun's Ariane kingdom. I can never thank Duchess Bringer enough. I nodded at Dusk Bringer standing beside me. She had summoned all 500 of her soldiers regrouped in her homeland to Crossroad, and they had been a great help as part of the relief forces. To my thanks, Dusk Bringer shrugged her shoulders. Shouldn't you be more than just thankful? Right now, there are 500 of my soldiers and thousands of my refugees in your territory. Be careful, or you might be devoured by me. Dusk Bringer joked with a flash of her sharp teeth. I smiled wryly. I trust that you are not that kind of person, Duchess. Humph, spineless lad. Muttering, Dusk Bringer rolled her round eyes at me, then suddenly patted my back. There is a saying, victory and defeat are common in war. Neither victory nor defeat should overly elate or depress a commander. Always be prepared for what comes next. Really? I thought I had maintained a poker face, but it seems this dragon lady saw right through me. I smiled wryly again. Thank you for the advice, Duchess. Humph, it's not like I said it to be thanked. I just couldn't stand seeing a young one struggle so much. Snorting, Dusk Bringer walked towards her knights. I will go north to fetch the refugees who fled. We'll see each other again later. Dusk Bringer mounted her horse and galloped away with her subordinates. Next to approach me was an elf woman, walking calmly with a large stag beside her. Queen Skuld. She bowed to me demurely with a smile. The 4 teardrop marks under her left eye were strikingly noticeable. I returned her bow. Finally, we can have a calm conversation, Prince Ash. I've been looking forward to this too, Your Majesty. I hesitated for a moment on how to address her. She was the representative of an entire race much older than me. But after the racial war 100 years ago, elves had been reduced to almost a slave-like status, and it would be ridiculous for me, a prince, to address her too formally. Seeing my hesitation, Skuld covered her mouth and laughed. Hee. I'm just a representative of the elves left in the autonomous district. You can speak to me informally. No, I couldn't possibly do that. May I address you as Your Majesty? Of course. Call me as you feel comfortable. With a compassionate smile fading, Skuld turned serious. The reason I sought to have this conversation with you is about the future of the world. I was listening intently when Skuld suddenly stopped speaking. She looked past me with wide eyes. Wait, just a moment. Yes, I think I saw something strange. I turned to see what Skuld was looking at. There, hiding behind a wall in the alley and peeking at us, was Verdandi. Eek! Having realized our gaze, Verdandi hastily hid further into the alley. But it was too late. We had already seen her. Skuld, with her mouth agape, cried out in a surprised tone. Verdandi, sister? Arg! Startled, Verdandi dashed out of the alley and ran off in the opposite direction. What? Why is she running away? Sister. That's you, right, Verdandi? Oh my goddess of the world tree. Stop, sister. Sistere. Skuld hurriedly chased after Verdandi, followed by a group of 50 fairy scouts. What was that about? What was she going to talk to me about? Watching the elves chase, I chuckled and looked ahead. The last leader of the relief forces, Princess Yun, was standing in front of me, beaming. Have you been waiting long, Your Highness? Is it my turn now? Princess Yun, I appreciate your help and wish you a safe journey. But Princess Yun Ariane had shed her armor for more comfortable attire. But it wasn't just comfortable. She was in pajamas and slippers, a fluffy robe and slippers. Noticing her outfit, I asked with a bead of sweat running down my forehead. It seems you want to stay a bit longer? Rather than returning empty-handed, I thought I'd see more of the world while I'm out. There are many good tourist spots. No need to stay in this dangerous place. It's a harsh place, so there's much to learn. Being next to the third prince, it should be easier to grasp the imperial situation. I smiled awkwardly. Well, having 100-strong warriors from the Aryan kingdom stay as guests is a welcome thing from my perspective. Don't worry, I won't be a nuisance. So, I'll take that as permission to stay. Yoon narrowed her yellow eyes and smirked, then suddenly trailed off. Her eyes widened in shock as she stared behind me. What now? Why does everyone I talk to keep seeing something behind me? Reluctantly, I turned around. In the alley behind me, Kulin and the members of the penal squad were making a noisy procession. Apparently, they had been mobilized to clean up goblin corpses all night and were covered in green blood. Seemingly heading to the public baths to wash off, they had stripped down to their waist, each holding a towel. What are those men? Mesmerized, Yoon stared at them. I explained. They are from the Leaf Tribe, a beastkin group. They are under my command. Look at those muscles. Such great pectoral. Yun's jaw dropped open, and she even swallowed hard. Ah, that's right. This woman said her ideal type was muscular and towering. That's considered attractive in the northern countries. And that red fur. It looks so soft and warm. The penal squad members were currently in a hybrid mode between humans and beastkin, with slight red fur covering their bodies. Seeing this, Yoon seemed even more fascinated. What, was she into some strange furry thing? Those amazing muscle furs. No, I must have a talk with those warriors. Yoon left me behind and quickly ran towards the penal squad. Unaware of what was about to happen, Kulin suddenly found Yoon jumping onto his back and clinging to him. Surprised by the sudden attack, Kulin let out a shocked scream. Yoon, unfazed, rubbed her cheek against his fur. Considering his past encounter with the Troll Queen, Kulin did have an unexpected popularity. I turned my head away. Good luck dealing with that, Kulin. Right beside where I had bid farewell to the leaders of the relief forces, Serenade's airship was landed, and adventurers from the base camp were gathered around. I headed in that direction. Geronimo! Oh, Geronimo! You were alive! You were alive! For some reason, Kelly Bay was roaring. Near the airship, Kelly Bay was almost crying, hugging the hull of the airship and causing a scene. Sweating, I asked those around me, "What's going on with him?" Hannibal, Kelly Bay's assistant, answered awkwardly with a smile. This airship was designed by Master Kelly Bay himself. Ah, I see. Yes, he thought it was completely destroyed and sunk, so he's quite emotional seeing it return. Even so, crawling into the thruster seems a bit dangerous. Anyway, I left Kelly Bay to his emotional reunion and extended my thanks to the other adventurers. Most had been indifferent to me, despite my attempts to build rapport. Yet they had all come out of the base camp to save Crossroad. There's no need to thank us. One adventurer gestured towards someone else. We were dragged here by Nameless threat. Nameless? If we didn't help save Crossroad, she threatened to withhold her help in the Lake Kingdom's exploration. We had no choice. In those lake depths, she's the only rule. I turned around quickly at that and saw Nameless standing there, with Serenade beside her. I approached the two, who both brightened upon seeing me. Ash! Your Highness! Nameless. Serenade. You've all worked hard. I smiled wearily at the two of them. I'm always in debt to you. Don't say that. We did it because we wanted to. It's our pleasure to be of help to you, Your Highness. Please don't talk about debts. Both smiled brightly. Ah, so dazzling. I even dabbed at the corner of my eyes, pretending to wipe away tears. What were you two talking about? They seemed an unlikely pair. What common topic could they have? We're both merchants, aren't we? We found we had some things in common. We were exchanging information that we both need. Ah, right. Both of you are merchants. One is the only merchant in the Lake Kingdom's dungeon, and the other runs the world's largest guild. I hadn't thought of it, but they did have that in common. Anyway, I'm about to head back down to the lake, but Kelly Bay is like that. Kelly Bay had apparently rolled into the airship's thruster and was now inside the engine. There were thumping and clanging noises coming from inside the airship. What's he doing? Nameless gestured with her chin. I'll leave Kelly Bay behind for now, so send him back later. Will do. I thanked Nameless again. Thanks, Nameless, for your help. And for rescuing Lily. As I began to list the things I was thankful for, Nameless raised her hand to stop me. The invasion of monsters from the lake is my Lake Kingdom's responsibility. In a way, you and your people are paying for the sins we committed. I am the one who should be sorry. I am truly sorry for not being able to hold back the monsters properly. Then Nameless gave a faint smile. And, thank you. For what? For surviving. For not collapsing. For enduring. Not collapsed, eh? Endured. I swallowed my words and looked around at the ravaged city. Did Crossroad really not fall? Did we truly endure? Am I still okay? You will continue to overcome these attacks. I believe in you. Nameless gave my shoulder a firm squeeze before turning around. Let's meet again, Ash. Nameless, with her robe fluttering, took the lead, followed by the adventurers from the base camp. After the adventurers had gone, I slowly turned to look at Serenade. Serenade. Your Highness. Thank you, truly, for everything. From the airship to lobbying for the relief forces and so much more. How can this person be so dedicated to me? Words were overflowing within me, but none could make their way out. I silently held Serenade's hand. She shyly smiled at me, about to say something when, eep, she suddenly shuddered, suppressing a scream. What's wrong? Alarmed, I quickly checked on her and then noticed. The bandages wrapped around Serenade's shoulder and waist, just below her shirt. Serenade frantically waved her hands. Don't worry about it. It's just a few goblin arrows that grazed me during the battle. Really, I'm fine. It's just a scratch. Eliza overreacted a bit, so I ended up bandaged like this. Yet, through the bandages wrapped around her slender arm and waist, bright red blood stains were seeping through. Serenade kept smiling and assuring me she was fine, but her voice didn't seem to reach me properly. Inside me, something felt like it was crumbling away. Chapter 384. Serenade is a civilian. She is a merchant, not a soldier. Civilians should be irrelevant to this mire. Civilians shouldn't have to brace for death. Yet she repaired an airship, a feat not achievable by ordinary means, piloted it to the battlefield herself, and participated in combat, sustaining injuries in the process. It was with such excessive help, taken to extremes, that we managed to win. If the political situation hadn't turned in favor of me, the third prince, if the relief forces hadn't arrived, if the adventurers from the Lake Kingdom hadn't stepped in at Nameless' request, if Serenade, a civilian, hadn't risked injury to help me, it would have been game over for me here. Only when I saw the blood-stained bandages on her body did the reality hit me hard. My strategies were inadequate, driving numerous comrades to death and even hurting an unrelated civilian like her. Your Highness, Serenade called out to me with a worried voice. Are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. I forced a smile. Thank you. Just thank you, Serenade. Please take care until you're fully recovered. It's really just a minor scratch. Don't worry. Serenade tried to reassure me by waving her arm, but I could tell from the pain on her usually unblemished forehead that it wasn't a mere scratch. Nor did I have the heart to point out her pain. Instead, I gestured towards the airship. It might be good to consult Kelly Bay about repairing the airship. He's the original designer, after all. Sounds of Kelly Bay rummaging could be heard from the lower part of the airship. Serenade gave a wry smile. Our people tried their best, but there were many clumsy parts. Now that we have the original designer, we can fix it better. To be of more help to your Highness. Instead of thanking her again, I just squeezed her hand once more. Serenade blushed and smiled gently. It hurt. Inside, it hurt. I went to the temple. This was the real battlefield. The wounded overflowed, and there were too few priests. The silver lining was that I had amply provided bandages, hemostatics, and potions. Other able-bodied mercenaries and civilians volunteered to help. I saw junior and young mages alongside Damien, sweating as they applied medicine to the wounded. And in the midst of this chaos, she was absent. Margarita, the brave woman who would stand fearless before patients, although she often appeared worn out from overwork. The R-grade healer who stayed with me until the end in my 742nd game. She lost her life to the goblins that had raided the temple. Despite the groans of numerous wounded, the temple, missing her scolding voice, felt eerily silent. I couldn't bring myself to enter and just gazed at the scene from outside. "Your Highness!" A voice called out from beside me. I turned to see. A man, wrapped in bandages and wearing a blunt helmet, limped along the temple's stone wall towards me. I nodded slightly. "Torkel, I heard you pushed yourself hard in this battle. Are you all right?" I clenched my teeth at his concern. Torkel had lost all his party members. The leprosy extermination squad had been wiped out, leaving only their leader. I couldn't begin to imagine how much he was suffering inside. Yet he was asking about my well-being. Why? What am I to him? Wasn't it due to my failure to establish a proper strategy that your comrades died? I deeply regret what happened to your comrades. I tried to keep my voice steady and emotionless. I will ensure they receive the highest honors and a proper funeral as soon as possible. Torkel silently nodded his thanks to me. I couldn't bear to face him any longer and turned back towards the temple. Why did I survive? Torkel, who had come to stand by my side, was looking inside the temple, at the statue of the goddess. The saintess. She shielded me and lost her life. I had already been informed of Margarita's final moments, so I just listened quietly. I can't understand it, no matter how much I think about it. Torkel's usually stoic voice began to fill with heat. Wouldn't it have been better if I had died? Wouldn't it have been better for the saintess to live, and for someone like me, a leper, a worthless mercenary, to die? Thump! Torkel struck his own chest, shouting out, "All I can do is swing a sword with this diseased, numb body of mine. I am nothing more than a detestable mercenary." He was crying. Wouldn't it have been better for the saintess, who could have saved so many more lives, to live? He didn't shed tears or sob, but with his gruff voice, hitting his numb chest, he was pouring out his grief. Why did she die? And why am I, who should live longer to spread light in the world, survive? I don't understand. I don't understand anything. Not a single thing. Torkel bowed his head and slammed his helmet against the temple wall. I should have died. I couldn't offer any empty consolations and just listened to his words. I should have died. No, none of you should have had to die. All of you deserve to live. I clenched my fists. I opened my tightly shut eyes. The wavering world came into sharp focus. In this place filled with death and pain, I saw what I needed to do. Yes, now I feel a bit more resolved. In the southern plains of Crossroad, still littered with the bodies of goblins, Skuld had caught up with Verdandi. Sister! Finally apprehended, Verdandi chewed her lip, avoiding eye contact. Skuld stood before her sister, struggling to speak. You were alive. Skuld, you were alive. I thought you had died without a trace. Skuld embraced her sister tightly. Verdandi, enveloped in her sister's arms, looked down. Why didn't you let me know? Why didn't you tell me you were alive? Why did you disappear for 100 years? What were you doing? The Holy Grail. Verdandi spoke tersely. I was following the orders of our eldest sister Ord, searching for the Holy Grail that could revive the World Tree. The Holy Grail? Astonished, Skuld shook her head in disbelief. Come to your senses, sister. Such a thing from legends can't be real. The World Tree has long been dead, and even its broken trunk was burnt by the Empire. All that's left is its decaying roots underground. How do you plan to revive it? Come back, sister. The remaining elves, and we need you. Though Skuld pleaded, Verdandi remained firm. I will find the Holy Grail, and I will revive the World Tree, resurrect the Elven Kingdom. Please, come to your senses, sister. Skuld let out a long sigh. The Elven Kingdom ended 100 years ago during the racial wars. Our eldest sister Ward was executed, and the remaining elves became slaves of humans, trapped in autonomous districts, barely surviving day by day. Come back. Let's make the lives of the remaining elves a little better together. We can do it if you help. I can't give up yet. The Holy Grail must be in that dungeon. As Verdandi remained unyielding, Skuld's face twisted in anger. I have been leading the remaining elves alone, after all my sisters died or disappeared. Our homeland turned to ashes, forcibly relocated to a foreign land, exploited and enslaved, starving and bowing down, adults dying and children taken away. That's how I've lived for 100 years. Skuld shouted with a strained voice, and Verdandi faced her with a pale complexion. Every moment of being alive was hell. I, the worst elf queen in history, could only watch as my people were sold for gold. Yet, I willingly bore this crown of humiliation and disgrace. As a descendant of the elven royal family, it was my responsibility to endure. And you, what? The Holy Grail? The Holy Grail! Verdandi couldn't meet her eyes. Skuld bitterly accused her sister. For a mere illusion that doesn't even exist, you left me and our people to suffer in hell for over 100 years. Did you just not care? Silence enveloped the area. On the plains filled with goblin corpses, the two women of the fairy royal family stood silently for a long time. It seemed it was time for me to intervene. The Holy Grail does exist. My voice startled the two elves, who turned to look at me. Standing near the southern gate, where I had been listening to their conversation, I slowly walked towards them. In the depths of the Lake Kingdom, the Tower of Magic in Zone 8 of the dungeon. That's where it rests. Prince Ash. I, along with the Holy Grail Seekers, will go there to retrieve it. Perhaps you could wait until then, Your Majesty. Verdandi was still needed on this front. I couldn't let her go just yet. Skuld composed herself, smoothing her hair. I'm sorry for displaying our family issues. I understand. My family is in quite a mess too. Let's put aside the issues between me and my sister for now, and continue our earlier conversation. Skuld turned to me with a serious look, her expression now gentle. I've heard about the banner you've raised and maintained on the monster front for over a year. Kill monsters, protect people. You said, within our reach, we'll save everyone. And that included not just our elves but also other races and humans from other countries. The Elven Queen took a step closer to me. I faced her silently. How long it has been since I've encountered such a magnanimous cause. You have no idea. Prince Ash, the world is filling with more hatred day by day. I may be young among elves, but in my lifetime, I felt the world growing increasingly filled with malice. Your banner can unite this divided world again. So, excuse me for interrupting, Your Majesty. I cut her off. That banner, as of this moment, is no more. What? Kill monsters, protect people. It's a noble cause. A self-deprecating smile curled at the edge of my lips. But I've realized just now, with beautiful ideals alone, you can't protect people. What do you mean? Protecting people isn't about a flag. It's about a well-sharpened sword. That's what I've learned. I looked around Crossroad. The south wall burnt and collapsed, and the lives I had caused to be lost. So, that banner is now discarded. Then what banner will you raise now, Prince Ash? I'll still protect people. But I voiced my new resolution. To protect people, if it means having to kill people, I will do so. And the definition of people will be decided by you? I silently affirmed. A cold disappointment flickered across Skuld's face. If it means saving more people, you could exclude entire races or nations from that definition of people. I guess I was wrong about you. Skuld turned away abruptly. You're just like the other kings after all. Consider our conversation never happened. Skuld walked away without looking back, towards her soldiers waiting in the distance. I watched her leave, and Verdandi cautiously approached me. Prince Ash, are you okay? Huh? I'm fine. I offered a faint smile. Don't worry about me. Go talk with your sister. You've met again after 100 years. There must be a lot to talk about. Go ahead. Verdandi, with trembling eyes, looked at me, then nodded and ran towards her sister. I couldn't understand. Why does everyone look at me with such worried eyes? My mind is clear, my resolve is firm. Finally, all delusions have vanished. I walked along the southern plains. In the middle of the plains, a dirty flag fluttered. It was the white flag I had planted using Imperial Edict. Once white and straight, now it was smeared with human red blood and goblin green blood, burning and shedding ash with every gust of wind. Like the countless lives lost following this flag, I gripped the shattered flagpole. In all 742 games, I always threw my characters into death. I cast countless subordinates into death without a second thought for the efficient clearance of the game. I never questioned this act. I was a monster, obsessed with efficiency, knowing nothing but strategies, not seeing people as people, a monster. And that's why I succeeded in clearing the game. Yes. Why did it take me so long to realize? Haven't I always known this? That's why I cleared the game. To save more people. Someone has to die. If reality is such, then command death as efficiently as possible. Kill people to save others. Why did I ever turn away from such a simple equation? Because I was cowardly, weak, unprepared as a ruler. But now I am ready. So who will decide who dies? Who will command death? Who will bear that burden? The voice of the Goblin God King echoed in my mind. To protect the world, someone must don the skin of a monster, right? Yes. If killing people can save others, then it must be me. I have to command that death. You're right, Alexander. Covering my face with my hand, I laughed bitterly. I have no choice but to. Crack. I snapped the flagpole I held in my other hand and carelessly threw the flag to the ground. To protect this city, there will come a time when you must sacrifice what is most precious to you. The advice given to me long ago by Crossroads Margrave suddenly resurfaced in my mind. Those words, seeming both prophetic and cursed. Now they have become reality. To protect this city, to safeguard this world, I have decided to abandon what is most precious to me. My banner. The objective of protecting people. I am prepared to give it up. To save more lives, I must become a monster that devours people. Chapter 385. Evangeline was right. The people of Crossroad were resilient, and the city's recovery was swift. A month had passed since the end of the defensive battle. The corpses of the goblins had been thoroughly cleared, leaving no trace, and their spilled blood had been cleaned. The returning residents began to resume their lives as before. The walls were being reconstructed, and the city was regaining its usual vibrancy. But some wounds never heal. Year 650 of the imperial calendar. The last day of February. Exactly 1 year since I fell into this world. That was the day the funeral took place. Coincidentally, it was also the day to commemorate the soldiers who died during the tutorial stage at the hands of the Black Spider Legion. In the western part of Crossroad, at the cemetery, surrounded by a cloud of people, I swallowed my words. The bodies had long been interred. Priests sprinkled holy water over the graves and blessed the afterlife of the deceased. As the choir's requiem echoed, people wept at the graves of their lost loved ones. Lily watched from a distance. Godhand's grave had not been made, as his lover Lily had wished it. His comrades, Burnout and Bodybag, along with Verdandi, who claimed to have been his superior, agreed. Thus, Godhand was still officially missing. March starts tomorrow. Even though it's officially spring, Lily was still waiting for Godhand's return. Behind her, Burnout and Bodybag stood silently, looking down at the cemetery. I glanced at the three of them before turning away. Many people had died, and many mourners had visited, but one grave was particularly crowded. It belonged to Margarita. Was there anyone in this city who hadn't been treated by her? From minor colds to severe injuries exposing bones, Margarita had treated everyone. Suddenly, my left arm throbbed. I grasped it with my right hand. Her hands had once bandaged this arm. Now I could never receive her treatment again. I planned to request the Central Church for a new head priest. Damien, who had been beside Margarita's grave and then approached me, said. Damien had been busy for the past month, serving as the acting head priest. With staff reinforcements too. But with the prince's civil war going on, I'm not sure if we'll get a proper appointment. Whether a foolish priest willing to walk into this besieged city still exists, I wonder. Damien was right. This was a place only a foolish priest could handle. A city constantly at risk of falling to monsters, where one must treat the dying and heavily wounded every day. Margarita was an incredibly foolish person. Though she constantly complained, she never ran away and fought death at the temple. That foolishness will be missed. I ruffled Damien's curly hair quietly. Come to think of it, you're just as foolish. Just hang in there a little longer until the next head priest arrives. I don't consider it hard work at all. It's just... Damien looked at Margarita's grave and smiled sadly. I realize now how incredible Margarita was. Even with help from other priests. I keep making mistakes. But how did she manage to handle so much work alone? We realize the value of something only after losing it. Foolishly, as always, I also visited the graves of other heroes and soldiers. While most were crowded with visitors, one area was noticeably empty. It was the grave of the leprosy extermination squad. In front of the empty grave stood Torkel, alone. Quietly approaching, Damien and I stood in front of the grave and paid our respects. Torkel glanced at us once, then bowed his head to me and closed his eyes again. Torkel has been volunteering for menial tasks at the temple since then. We walked away from the grave of the leprosy extermination squad as Damien spoke. Even when offered easier tasks, he stubbornly insists on taking on the dirtiest jobs that others avoid. Of course, the temple is busy and we're thankful. But if only he could be a little less hard on himself. Regret tinged Damien's voice. He doesn't need to push himself so hard. That must be his own way of coping with his grief. So I decided not to stop him. We moved on to the next grave. After paying respects at all the newly made graves, the sun was high in the sky. The funeral was nearing its end, and it was time for my speech. I ascended the podium. Thousands of eyes, like arrows, focused intently on me. I took a deep breath and began to speak. When I first arrived here and conducted the first funeral, I said that you all would die on this front line. When I first arrived in Crossroad, during the funeral for the soldiers who died in the tutorial, I had said this. But your deaths would be costly, so I will do everything to keep you alive. Whatever it takes, I won't let you die easily. After recounting my words from that time, I quietly looked around the cemetery. Despite such bold claims, now, a year later, the graves continue to multiply. The invasion of monsters is intensifying, and our casualties are increasing uncontrollably, like a wildfire. People swallowed hard. I clenched my fist. I said in the last funeral that I would use every available means to crush their invasion. But now I wonder, have I really used every possible means? I inhaled deeply. I promise. Now I will truly employ every means. I declared my resolve. To annihilate the monsters and save even one more person, I will do whatever it takes. Some in the crowd paled at my words, some trembled, and others looked at me with shaking eyes. It doesn't matter. They will all soon understand what this means, and I will force them all to follow me. I expect your active cooperation in the path I and the monster frontline will take from now on. I turned my head to look at the common gravestone. It was a monument commemorating those who died during the tutorial stage. Then I turned to look at the new graves. I silently recited the names of the dead. For a moment, my voice faltered. After so many sacrifices, I finally reached this conclusion. I bowed my head. In memory of all those who died in the past year, and those who will die in the future, becoming the milestones of the monster frontline, let us observe a moment of silence. Thousands bowed their heads in unison. After a brief moment of silence, I nodded and stepped down from the stage. Lucas, waiting beside the artillery unit, signaled, and the gunners lit the cannons. Boom! 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 The salute to the dead echoed hollowly across the cemetery. Another funeral thus concluded. I had high expectations for the eulogy at Crossroads Funeral, given its reputation for being moving. Standing atop a hill, watching the dispersing crowd, I heard a voice beside me. This speech was more chilling than moving. Your Majesty. Approaching was an elf woman adorned with a white branch crown and teardrop marks under her eyes. Elf Queen sculled. I smirked slightly. I thought you'd return to the autonomous district by now. You've stayed quite long. A month ago, she acted as though she would leave immediately, but Skuld and her elves had been using Crossroad as a base, traveling around the nearby cities. There was no reason to stop them, though it seemed a bit absurd. Skuld casually shrugged. I ventured out of the autonomous district for the first time in 100 years. I think I deserved a bit of fresh air. That outing is coming to an end, though. I'm planning to return soon. You've been quite busy visiting nearby city-states. Did you achieve what you hoped for? Although I've had some minor successes, my main goal remains unfulfilled. So, this venture wasn't very fruitful. Her main goal was probably about me. She had hoped to achieve something by leveraging the banner and cause I once championed. But with my abandonment of that cause, it all came to nothing. Oh, before I leave, may I ask a small favor? Skuld took out a small pouch and handed it to me. Please give this to my sister, Verdandi. This is sunflower seeds grown in the autonomous district. They're a variety from our homeland. Hehe, quite a delicacy, you know? Seems even the queen carries seeds around, fitting for a member of a hamster race. I silently accepted it. It doesn't matter if the Holy Grail exists or not. Whether it's there or not, the Elven Kingdom has already perished, and the World Tree is dead. Skuld sighed softly. I just wish my sister would accept this reality and come back to my side. Please deliver these seeds and my message. Tell her she can come to the autonomous district anytime. I will be waiting for her. I'll do that. Skuld's subordinates arrived with a deer. She stroked its neck and then looked at me intently. Prince Ash, I don't know why you broke your own banner. But I know breaking the banner you've pursued is as painful as breaking your own heart. Ich glänzte her. How do you know that? Because I've been through it. Skuld gave a hollow laugh. I've let go of so much just to survive. Breaking the banner is extremely difficult at first, but it becomes too easy after the initial break. It's already broken, after all. Skuld's slender finger touched the center of her chest. Once you start compromising, it becomes an endless journey. You'll end up living on your knees. Like me. One last piece of advice. Even if you give up on everything, make compromises with everything, keep one principle firm in your heart. Without it, you're living, but not really alive. Her advice was sincere and appropriate, but it was too late. I had already broken it. My banner was already shattered. I had already decided to forsake it. I politely bowed in formal gratitude. Skuld reciprocated with an imperial salute, then leapt onto the deer. Watching the elves fade into the distance, I turned around. It was time to do what needed to be done. I headed into Crossroads City Center with Lucas and the soldiers. Lucas, who had looked gloomy throughout the funeral, began to express his concerns in a worried tone as soon as he joined me. Lord, the next defense battle is approaching, but the walls of Crossroad, let alone the recovery of the forward base, have not been completed. Most of the teleport gates we installed along the monster's path have been destroyed as well. This makes guerrilla tactics difficult to employ. I'm at a loss as to how you plan to conduct the defense battle without sharing any strategy with us. It has been over a month since the last defense battle ended. The next stage is coming soon. However, the repairs of the defensive facilities are not yet complete, and the healing of the wounded soldiers is still underway. The recruitment of new soldiers is slow too. Despite this situation, it's natural for Lucas to be worried since I remain composed. Don't worry, Lucas. I grinned. I have something prepared. Right here. Here is? I stopped walking in front of a place blocked by thick iron bars. It was the central prison of Crossroad. The guards at the entrance stepped aside, clearing the way. Lucas looked at the prison with a puzzled expression. You have something prepared? Inside this prison? Yes. I led the way inside. Lucas followed me cautiously. And then, in the deepest part of the prison, in front of a large cell, Lucas' eyes widened in shock. Let me go, let me go. What is this? Why are you attaching this to our bodies? Please save me. Save me, Your Highness. Please. For prisoners were screaming, tied up. These were the 4 members of the Aegis Special Forces captured during the recent Special Task Force infiltration incident. They were bound tightly with a magic core included in the explosive device and a large amount of explosives connected to their bodies. Do you know where, after the temple, the goblins swarmed to during the last goblin invasion? Could it be? Yes, it was this prison. The goblins came swarming in to kill these prisoners hidden behind sturdy iron bars. But ironically, the strong bars saved them all. I casually sat down on a chair placed in front of the cell. Just watching that scene, I thought of an easy way to kill the monsters. The basic principle of monster behavior is simple. They attack the nearest human. I stretched my legs and kicked the cell's iron bars hard. The prisoners screamed and collapsed to the ground. So what if we throw human bombs, draped in explosive devices, into sturdy metal cages in front of the monster horde? Like monkeys trying to lick the flesh inside a shell, the monsters will swarm around the metal cages. At that moment, boom, I mimicked an explosion with my hands. It will deal massive damage to the swarming creatures, like ants. Completely efficient. This is not all. This is just a primitive trap. If this test succeeds, we can adapt this method. Lord, Lucas called me gravely. Turning around, I saw Lucas shaking his head heavily, his face pale. This is not your way, Lord. Chapter 386. No, think about it, Lucas. I opened my mouth with a smile. It's not just about simple self-destruction. If we use these guys as targets, the monsters will be effectively lured in, and it's efficient for us to concentrate our crossfire. Is that all? Imagine dropping these prisoners behind the monsters. We can reverse their direction of advance. We can even control the speed of their advance. The applications are endless. Just think about how efficient it is that just one person can lure the monsters without fail. Lord, Lucas, who usually never interrupts me, cut in this time. It's not about efficiency, is it? Treating human lives as expendables to be used and discarded. This is not like you, Lord. What's the difference? I smirked, tilting one corner of my mouth and glared at Lucas. Whether we treat human lives as expendables or value them, the result is the same. Over 500 died in this battle alone. If you include the casualties of the relief troops, it's over 600. The number of injured is countless. All died or were injured fighting as per my orders. In any case, people die fighting the monsters. So why not use those who deserve to die? It will save others who need not die. Isn't that right? Those who deserve to die. Yes, look at these bastards. I gestured towards the prisoners shivering behind the iron bars. These are the damn Special Forces bastards who tried to kidnap me and destroy Crossroad. Their comrades tried to kill us and ended up dead. These 4 lucky bastards have been living in luxury in prison. Don't they deserve to die? These men surrendered. They were support in the Aegis Special Forces Team 1, not directly harming our frontline. Lucas countered me with a calm voice. You know that many of the Special Forces were conscripted against their will and forced to follow orders. The Shadow Squad, who dedicated themselves to our frontline, also came from the Special Forces. They were just following orders as members of the Special Forces. As prisoners, they deserve to be dealt with according to military law for their wrongdoings. Lucas, I declared shortly, I am the law here. I am the principle and the rule of this place. I am the commander holding the power of life and death over this monster front. I judged that these bastards deserve to be executed, and so I decided their method of execution as monster bait. Lucas briefly eyed the prisoners inside the iron bars. Let's assume, for argument's sake, that these people deserve to die. And let's assume your new method is very efficient. Lucas looked back at me with his intense blue eyes. What about after? When there are no more prisoners to use, what will you do? Will you sentence to death those who are not deserving of it? A neighboring country's envoy caught on suspicion of espionage. A soldier who broke military discipline by drinking. A petty thief who stole bread because he was hungry. Will you kill them all? What are the criteria for those who deserve to die and those who need not die? Are you saying you will decide all of that, Lord? Eventually, just like the other 3 fronts of the Empire had done. Are you planning to maintain this front by differentiating and selecting people, thus burning those not chosen by the Lord? For those we must protect, we kill those deemed unnecessary. This monster frontline too will walk the same path. I didn't deny it. Lucas shook his head slightly. Lord, there is no one in this world who wishes to die. But if someone must die, it should be a choice made by their own will. Are you saying then, that all my people who have died so far, died of their own free will? I asked with a sneer. I do not know if that is true for everyone. Lucas replied with a serious face, slowly nodding. But at least I am fighting and risking my life of my own free will. And the reason I willingly risk my life is that here on this monster front line, and in the flag you, Lord, have raised, there is something more meaningful than mere survival. Lucas took a step towards me. Who made the soldiers here believe they were fighting for something more noble and dignified, not just for mercenary money? It was you, Lord. One more step. You declared independence from the imperial family because this monster frontline is a place to protect not just a specific nation but all people of the world. That was also you, Lord. Another step closer. And who taught us that people are not a means but the end? It was none other than you, Lord. Lucas, standing right in front of me, asked with a passionate voice. That's why we willingly fought, got injured, and died for the people behind the walls, for our comrades beside us. And now you're going to overturn all of that. What have we been fighting for all this time? What did our fallen comrades, our subordinates, die for? My lips twisted. For what did they die? I rose from my chair. Ask the opposite, Lucas. They died for something, so what's left? What does the cause matter? What does the flag matter? What use our motives or will after death? These fanciful notions. I grabbed Lucas's collar and yelled at him. Precious people died. Comrades who laughed and chatted. Soldiers who believed and followed me. They're dead. They're dying. They've died. They were lured by my flag and died. Under the pretense of protecting the world, just as many precious individual lives evaporated. No more. I won't just watch my people die anymore. If necessary, I will select and differentiate people. Use them as a means, not an end. Burn the rest as bait if I have to. I glared at Lucas as if I would kill him, grinding my teeth. I won't let you die. I won't let you die. Not anymore, never. Lucas looked at me with a pitying gaze. Lord. Then, with a voice slowly but firmly resolute, he said, I cannot agree with this method. Are you defying me now? No, Lord. It's not defiance. Lucas gave a faint smile. I am simply following your true intention. I stared blankly at Lucas's smile, then scrunched up my face. Lucas was imprisoned just like that. I decided to keep him locked up until the end of this defense battle. The reason was that he might interfere with my plan. This operation is already decided. We will definitely conduct a test using death row prisoners as bait. I called the rest of the main party members to explain the outline of this defense battle. Know this. If you defy my orders, you'll end up locked up alongside Lucas. Any questions? As I looked around at the main party members, Evangeline, Damien, and Junior glanced at each other. Then, damn it! Evangeline was the first to raise her hand and speak. Please lock me up in the prison. What? I'm here to follow and protect my senior. I'm willing to die for that. Standing up, Evangeline began gathering her things. So I can't follow this path. This isn't the way of my senior. Lock me up, please, but reconsider this operation just once more, senior. Shocked, I looked towards Junior and Damien. Do you two feel the same? Junior and Damien slowly nodded their heads. Sigh. I let out a long sigh and gestured to the guards outside. They're guilty of insubordination. Lock all three of them up in the central prison. Handcuffs were placed on all three. Evangeline bowed her head to me and was the first to be led away silently. Then Junior came before me and said softly, Your Highness.
I'm sorry.
For what? Not following orders.
No.
Junior spoke with a tone of genuine regret. For not being able to alleviate your burden during all this suffering.
I'm sorry.
I stared blankly at Junior being led away. Then Damien approached me. Your Highness. Struggling to find words, Damien lifted his hand in front of my chest. Be healed. Be healed. He uttered these words, swirling his hand in a circle. Damien's hand, imbued with holy power, left a white trail in the empty air. I laughed involuntarily at the absurdity. My body had no injuries. I wasn't in pain anywhere. The next defense battle. The day the monsters were expected to emerge from the Black Lake. Morning. Since all the heroes refused to follow my orders, I had no choice but to lead the soldiers out myself, taking 4 prisoners in a wagon reinforced with sturdy iron bars. We arrived at the forward base through the teleport gate. The outer walls were still in a sorry state, incomplete with only one newly constructed gate standing alone. Today's objective was not to annihilate the monsters. It was a practical test of the human bait-cum bombs. The 4 prisoners, each in an iron-barred wagon, were to be positioned at strategic points in front of the base to test their lure and killing power. Looking at the stage information display, I said, We have some time before they appear. The monsters were expected to emerge around noon. It was still early morning, so there was time. Everyone, take a break and have some food. Yes, Your Highness. At my command, the soldiers began to relax and settle down around the base, distributing simple meals brought from Crossroad. I too slowly chewed on a sandwich with smoked ham and cheese between bread slices. Both the ham and cheese, being preserved food, were disgustingly salty. Then a soldier approached and asked, Your Highness, what is it? Should we also provide meals for the prisoners? You know, it's customary to give a proper meal to those sentenced to death before their execution. I snorted. This world had such needless compassion. Despite my reluctance, I wasn't so callous as to deny a final meal to those about to die. I nodded, and I saw the soldiers managing the prisoners push sandwiches through the bars. With explosives and detonators strung all over their bodies, the 4 prisoners took the sandwiches with gaunt faces. The cries for mercy had ceased, and the 4 resigned prisoners were now idly chatting. Hey, look over there. The flowers have bloomed. One of the prisoners gestured with his chin. The others followed suit, turning their gaze. Next to the forward base, a forest and field unfolded. The ashen plants that had laid barren all winter were now holding buds. Still chilly out. Among them, one eager bud was blossoming, revealing its pink petals. Eating with the flowers in view, doesn't it remind you of that time? When? The imperial capital's spring festival. Yeah, in front of your house, under that fence bursting with magnolias and forsythias, we spread out a mat and ended up all passed out from drinking, and a thief swiped our bags? Damn. Hey, how many years ago was that? That was really fun. Fun my foot. My first paycheck was in that bag. One of the laughing prisoners muttered while looking at the petals. It's spring. Indeed. Nice weather today. As I listened to their conversation, I silently chewed on my sandwich. Salty. The sandwich was terribly salty. Chapter 387. Throughout this time, I've always been in contemplation. What's right and wrong? Whether my choices are indeed just. To ponder, hesitate, and agonize meant I was still human. But no longer. Contemplation is but a luxury. Hesitation, in the face of monsters, is nothing but poison. My enemies are wrong for merely existing in this world. Thus, I shall decree them as entities to be eradicated and oppressed. And so, I will kill them with my own hands. When I changed my mind, the world seemed so simple and straightforward, intuitive and plain. The simple world above was bathed in the light of spring. The feel of the cool spring air, the pink buds dangling at the tips of branches, the fresh scent of new sprouts, the taste of water droplets lingering in my mouth. I turned my eyes away from the world, emitting myriad colors like a prism. I repeat today's tasks in my mind. When the monster arrives, test the new bait. Just that and nothing more. Several hours have passed killing time at the forward base. Confused, I pulled out the pocket watch and checked the time. What? It should have been about time for the monsters to appear. The surface of the black lake was calm. I furrowed my brows and surveyed the lake. What? Did they use a dark event to change the appearance time? But even in this stage, the dark event was skipped. Perplexed, I opened the system window to check the enemy information. And then, I noticed something odd. The number of enemies displayed in the system window had drastically decreased from the initial count, and it was still dropping rapidly. What's going on? Alarmed, I sprang to my feet. What's happening beneath the lake? Flash. Just then, the teleport gate installed at the forward base emitted light, and a soldier rushed out. Your Highness, I have a report. What's happening? I said unless it's an emergency, no dispatching during the defense. It's an escape. I turned to the soldier in disbelief as he continued. The individuals, including Sir Lucas, who were imprisoned in the central prison, we believe they escaped about an hour ago. What? The jail guards were all incapacitated. It took time to report. I stood there, dumbfounded. But what followed was even more astounding. Along with Duchess Duskbringer, your direct party members stormed the jail and freed Sir Lucas and the others. Now they're all openly defying me. I rubbed my aching forehead and asked through gritted teeth, where did the escapees go? That's, after arming themselves, they all disappeared through the teleport gate. All my heroic parties under my command used the gate and went somewhere? Where on earth did they all go? Wait! I quickly glanced at the system window. The rapidly declining number of enemy monsters caught my eye. I gasped softly. Could it be? And it turned out to be true. A few hours later, after the monster count in the stage enemy info window dropped to 0. Flash! Through the teleport gate installed at the forward base, my heroic parties appeared. Lucas, Evangeline, Damien, Jr., Coolin and the Penal Squad, Duskbringer and the Dragonblood Knights, Verdandi and the Holy Grail Seekers. They were all drenched in monster blood, with minor injuries all over, but their faces were resolute. I crossed my arms and glared at the heroes lining up before me. Once everyone was in place, I asked in disbelief, what is this all about? Lucas, standing at the forefront, reported. I've heard that Nameless of the Lake Kingdom always stands alone against the monster horde. It's said that the monsters that she fails to stop spill out of the lake, invading humanity. And so, in cooperation with Nameless, we killed all the monsters that overflowed before they could leave the lake. Why? If the monsters don't invade, there's no need to use living people as bait. Lucas glanced behind me, where the human baits are caged behind iron bars. It means you won't need to resort to this new method anymore. So, let me get this straight. I laughed bitterly, stroking my forehead. You all defied my orders, rebelled, and even broke out of jail to voluntarily crawl under the lake and suffer these injuries, just to protect those prisoners? The scale of this stage's monsters was small, fortunately. If there had been more, these fools would have died under that lake. We weren't trying to protect those prisoners. Lucas surveyed the other heroes, the standard of this monster frontline, and he then stared straight at me. Your humanity, my lord. Even if we are torn to shreds, we will continue to protect it. I gasped for breath. I ground my teeth. Why don't you understand? I'm doing this because I can't bear to see you hurt and die. Then why won't you listen to me? Why? Why won't you understand, my lord? Lucas calmly replied. Why don't you see what we truly want to protect, even at the cost of our own lives? I looked around bewildered at my heroes. They all gazed back with unwavering eyes. Unable to face them, I finally turned away. Defiance and jailbreak. You're prepared for the aggravated punishment, right? Until a new sentence is decided, you're all confined. Wait in your quarters. Lucas bowed his head and walked toward the gate, followed by all my heroes, who used the gate to return to Crossroad. I turned to the soldiers waiting at the forward base and sighed. Postpone the human bait test until the next defense. There are no monsters to kill for the test. I waved weakly at the prisoners caged behind the bars. Remove their bombs and put them back in jail. I drank. Sitting alone in the deserted bar of the Mercenary Guild, I poured and swallowed brandy. This place, where an old lightning mage once sat beside me, was now occupied only by me. I kept pouring spirits into my stomach, trying to get drunk. I lost track of time and how much I had drunk. When I came to, Serenade was sitting beside me. Dressed in an elegant suit, her clean, aqua-colored hair neatly tied back, she sat next to me, attentively listening to my ramblings. I'm just an ordinary game player. I rambled. Not a genius strategist, definitely not a properly trained military commander. I'm just a loser who played games in a room. People die trusting me. I can't bear it anymore. That's why I wanted to change the situation. I had wanted to change, to become a monster. But then Serenade slowly reached out and took my hand. Your Highness, the people's love for you isn't because you are a flawless commander. They love you because you do your best, take responsibility for the outcomes, and cry with them, because you were more human than any other commander. Serenade's silver gaze softly beheld me. But now, Your Highness, in your quest to save people, you're trying to kill them. This isn't like you. I brushed off Serenade's hand in frustration. Why don't you understand too? We have to change. Your Highness, the enemies are getting stronger, and our casualties are increasing, even if I had no control over the tutorial stage. With each progressing stage, our side's losses have been mounting. I've been losing comrades one by one. The scar that remained on Serenade's forearm caught my eye. The injury she suffered from a goblin's arrow in a previous battle had left an indelible mark. If this continues, eventually Serenade too might get seriously injured or worse. If I don't become a monster, the monster front will be torn apart by their attacks. We'll all be shattered to pieces. Watching me, Serenade gently took my hand again and smiled. If we're torn to shreds, then we'll live torn to shreds. What? If we're shattered to pieces, then we'll live shattered. What are you? Your Highness, don't fear getting hurt. I stared blankly at Serenade. She smiled gently. Nobody can win every battle. What's important is to rise above our wounds, to keep walking without giving up. It's okay to be battered. It's okay to be broken. Whatever form you take, I love you. Serenade reached out and gently caressed my cheek. As long as you don't lose your heart, even if torn 1,000 ways, you are still you. Everyone is trying to stop you because you're about to abandon your heart. Serenade shook her head slightly. Don't do that. Lost for words, I just looked at her as she softly whispered with a bittersweet expression. Don't let go of your heart, your inner banner, your Highness. My memory flickers. When I became aware of my blurred consciousness, I was walking through the back alleys of Crossroad. For some reason, I felt compelled to meet Nameless. Staggering, I headed towards the teleport gate at the Lord's mansion. The influence of alcohol swirled in my head, echoing people's words. This isn't your way, Your Highness. This isn't the path you should take, Senior. This isn't like you, because you're about to abandon your own heart, Your Highness. My way, my path, my essence, my heart. Damn it, what even is me? Am I a player? A tyrant? A monster? Am I a classic culture buff? Ash? Or what? What exactly? What did I want to do? In this world, for what? Bro, was I fighting? The teleport gate's magic stone came into view. I reached out and activated it. Magical light exploded, opening a portal before me. I stumbled and threw myself into it. Then, the player's existence is uncertain. System use is unavailable. A different, sticky darkness unfolded before me, unlike the usual flash. Player's existence unconfirmed. Retrying. Player's existence verification failed. Retrying. Player's existence verification failed. Retrying. With a series of beeping warnings, a bright red system window filled my vision, and it hit me. Granny Coco's words. Entering another world isn't the hard part. The real challenge is returning to reality. You must hold on to the light of self, like a beacon, to resurface to this reality. Sometimes, those who aren't sure of who they are disappear during teleportation. They lose the beacon's light and drift away. A sneer crossed my lips. Damn it! Existence verification failed. That message flashed before my eyes for the last time, and then, splash! With a sensation of being swept away by turbulent currents, I sank into pitch-black darkness, submerged into the far side of oblivion. Chapter 388. I don't have particularly fond memories of my childhood. I was born to a poet father and a singer mother. They met in a jazz bar and fell in love at first sight. It sounds romantic, but reality is often less glamorous. My father was a poet. More accurately, an aspiring poet. He spent his life writing poetry, sending bundles of manuscripts to newspapers and magazines every spring, but never received favorable responses. Frankly, my father lacked talent. My mother was a singer, an obscure one, performing old pop songs in jazz bars. After each performance, she'd spend the small envelope of cash she earned that day, lacking any concept of savings, or more precisely, any economic sense at all. Their meeting might have been romantic, but the married couple was always poor. Born in the first year of their marriage, I too lived in poverty. My father wanted me to write poetry, so he made me read all sorts of old poems. In his musty attic, filled with poetry books, I memorized and copied ancient verses. My mother wanted me to make good money, so she pushed me to study. Somehow finding the funds in our meager budget, she sent me to academies and private tutors from a young age. Both seemed to hope that I would succeed in the areas where they lacked talent. Regrettably, I had neither a talent for poetry nor for academics. I was just an ordinary kid who loved video games. I picked up an old game console thrown away by a neighbor and, secretly from my parents, connected it to a low-quality CRT TV, playing games all night with my eyes glued to the screen. I still remember the opening of that game. On the pixelated screen, the sun rose, and the hero, bathed in sunlight, lifted a sacred sword above his head. Then the text appeared. Press start. Insert a coin to continue. It was thousands of times more enjoyable than the tedious task of writing poetry or the studies that hardly stuck in my dull mind. That old console was the only escape from my frustrating childhood. That escape ended when my parents smashed and threw away the console. As I grew older and it became clear I had no talent for poetry or studies, my parents' obsession only deepened. Their belief was that with enough effort, anything could be overcome. After school, I had no time to breathe. I was immediately caught up in writing and memorizing poetry, and then studying. I had no real friends. With no time to socialize, my life was a back and forth between home and school. When I became a high school student, my parents began to argue, typically like this: "Our child must be raised as a poet. He needs to win awards while in the teens. Let's focus on poetry now." "What are you talking about? We should send our child to a prestigious university in Seoul. Forget poetry, concentrate on studies." They fought like this every night. Isn't it ironic? Counting chickens before they hatch, it was exactly like that. My poetry never won any awards, and my grades barely kept me in the upper ranks of my school. Half my day was spent on poetry, the other half on studies, and this was the result. 3 years passed. My high school life ended. My poetry still hadn't won any awards, and I botched my college entrance exams. My parents divorced when I was preparing for my third attempt at the university entrance exams. Unable to overcome financial struggles, they separated. And then, finally, they let go of their expectations for me. Or rather, they gave up. While preparing for my third university entrance exam, I worked part-time jobs and lived in a tiny room. Eventually, I managed to get into a decent national university as a scholarship student for 3 years. It was a major unrelated to poetry with good job prospects. At this point, my father declared he was cutting ties with me. He must have wanted me to pursue a field related to poetry. My mother was overjoyed. After completing my military service and graduating from university with intense effort, I miraculously landed a job at a well-known conglomerate. My mother embraced me, crying tears of joy. She exclaimed how she always knew I could do it, that I was a child who always delivered. My father didn't answer my calls. I never told him that I hadn't given up on poetry. I was still writing and submitting in secret, but still hadn't won any awards. I didn't tell him because I decided to stop writing poetry altogether. I joined the company, and from day one it was hell. 1 year. That's exactly how long I lasted at that company. I could handle the brutal work environment, the daily overtime and weekend work, even the bullying from seniors. Humans are adaptable creatures, after all. I endured being called an idiot and a moron, and gradually my performance ratings improved from the worst to just average. My mind could take it, but my body couldn't. One night, after endless days of overtime, when I couldn't even remember when I last went back to my apartment, I collapsed with a nosebleed and woke up in the emergency room. There was something wrong with the blood vessels near my heart. They said it was due to overwork. If I continued like this, I wouldn't live long. Leaving the hospital, I got back into a taxi to finish up some leftover work at the office. The sun was rising in the east. I stared blankly in that direction. Was it a hallucination? Under the glaring sun, I thought I saw pixelated letters. Press start. I stopped the taxi, changed my direction to my apartment, and called my boss. Pulling out my phone with the bravado of a dot-graphic hero drawing his sacred sword, I said, "I'm quitting the company." I pressed the start button, and then my real life began. After I quit the company, my mother also cut ties with me. She couldn't understand why I would quit such a good job, which I had barely managed to get, just because it was a bit tough. She said she was disappointed in me, calling me a person without grit or effort. I lost contact with my parents. I never had friends to begin with. My former colleagues didn't care about me after I left the company. I stopped writing poetry. There was no need to study anymore. With an abundance of time and nothing to do, I pondered what to do next. I was a boring person with no real hobbies. Write, Recalling memories from my youth, I muttered to myself, I used to love gaming. That day I went to Yongsan. As a complete novice who didn't know a thing about computers, I was easily swindled by the sellers, but ended up with a top-spec computer. The seller, smiling, asked, "Are you setting up such a great computer for game streaming or something?" I didn't understand what he meant and just laughed it off. He threw in a mouse and a keyboard as a service. I later learned it was an upsell, but at the time I was just grateful. After struggling to set up the computer at home and successfully booting it up, I found myself crying. It was the first time I had ever bought something I wanted, just for me. During the time I had distanced myself from gaming, games had evolved tremendously. In a world of dazzling graphics, expanded genres and systems, and complex controls, the new games felt alien and overwhelming to me, a person who was more of a newbie than a returning gamer. I realized I was far more outdated than I had thought. So I turned to classic games. I started playing decades-old games that brought comfort just by looking at them. Luckily, nostalgia always seems to be a popular content, so I had no trouble finding these old games. Moreover, they were being re-released as remastered or remade versions. Each time I launched a game, I noticed something repeatedly popping up in the top right corner of the screen. Stream your game. It appeared to be a built-in feature of the computer's graphics driver, supporting streaming capabilities. Initially, I ignored it, but seeing it every time I started a game, it gradually caught my attention. Maybe you're planning to stream games? The words of the computer salesman came back to me. So one day, on a whim, I started a stream. Please set a streaming nickname. A nickname. What should I choose? After some thought, I clumsily typed something fitting for an old soul like me, who reminisced about old poems, listened to old pop songs, and played old games. Retro Addict. And so my first stream began. But my stream was terribly unpopular. I had started it casually, just as something to do while gaming, but it was desperately lacking in popularity. In this era, who would watch a stream of decades-old games, especially one without a camera or microphone? Being completely new to the world of internet broadcasting, I had no idea how to improve it. So, I just kept the stream running whenever I played games. A month passed. My stream was still as deserted as ever, with occasional viewers popping in only to leave shortly after seeing the screen. Should I quit? While starting the game, that thought crossed my mind. I was almost at the end of a classic side-scrolling RPG. I thought about quitting the stream after seeing this game's ending. The final hidden boss appeared on the screen. I deftly maneuvered the controller, outsmarting the boss, and defeated it without taking a single hit. Game cleared. The ending credits rolled, and behind them, the protagonist was receiving accolades for saving the kingdom. While the hero in the game was being celebrated, I was just lifelessly playing games alone in my one-room apartment. Phew! I sighed. I've finally beaten it. Then I was startled. I had forgotten that I turned on the microphone for this last broadcast. Shocked at first, I eventually chuckled. What did it matter if my voice was broadcast? No one was watching anyway. That's when it happened. Bro. In the empty chat box, a message appeared. Bro, you're amazing. How did you beat that? I was stunned, eyes wide, as I read and reread the message. Then I saw it. Viewer count. 1. Since when? How long had they been watching? I was speechless. Receiving my first ever viewer message since I started broadcasting, I didn't know how to react. As I froze in confusion, another message from them popped up. They'll bookmark you. You're gonna stream again, right? Yeah, I will. I stuttered out a response, and then the viewer left a waving emoticon. It was fun. See you again, and exited the stream. The viewer count returned to 0. Was it an illusion? Had I seen something that wasn't there? But the chat log remained vividly. I read and reread the mysterious viewer's messages. Ha ha. Laughter escaped me. For some reason, my nose tingled. I quickly pressed my burning eyes with the back of my hand. I had been cocooned in solitude, dying alone in isolation where no one thought to look. I had thought I wanted to live this way, but that wasn't true. In fact, I had been longing for someone to reach out to me. Not the me who writes poetry. Not the me who studies. Not the me who earns money. Not the me who is useful. But the me who just likes what I like. To be liked for that. That's what I had always wished for. So, this one chat left by a complete stranger, even if it was a casual message for them. The feeling of being connected to someone. It made me so happy. It brought tears to my eyes. Maybe I'll broadcast a little longer. I shelved my thoughts of quitting the broadcast and decided to continue for a few more days. And this decision changed the course of my life thereafter. Chapter 389. Afterward, I started studying internet broadcasting. I watched other people's broadcasts, learning the culture and rules of this field, understanding firsthand how this world operated. Only then did I realize how ignorant I had been. As I applied what I learned, viewers gradually started trickling in. I added a webcam to my broadcast. I bought proper lighting. I invested in a separate PC for streaming alongside my gaming PC. I set up a channel for saving video clips and began managing a community for my viewers. Slowly but steadily, my audience grew. I've never been particularly talented at anything. Broadcasting was no different. I wasn't great at speaking or showmanship. But I had the tenacity and perseverance to push through to the end. I wanted to keep doing this as long as I could. I practiced my voice, tried to keep up with the latest internet trends, and brainstormed ideas for my show. About a year later, one of my video clips unexpectedly went viral. It was a clip of me dancing with joy after clearing a game that had stumped me for a month. I hopped around mimicking the dance of the game's protagonist at the end. Apparently, my dance was kind of funny. Why is this guy dancing? Looks like he just beat the game. Look at the screen. Wow, that game's a real blast from the past. I quit playing it when I was a kid. This guy only plays tough old-school games, right? Does he take game requests then? Viewers started coming in from everywhere, and word about me slowly spread in the community. Luckily, the next game I played was a classic but well-known in its time, drawing in many nostalgic viewers. Even though the number of viewers fluctuated depending on the game I played, I consistently streamed, and the channel steadily grew, showing an overall upward trend. I aimed for a broadcast that was controversy-free and comfortable to watch, steadily increasing my regular audience. 3 years into broadcasting, I had moved beyond being a mid-level streamer to rank modestly among the top broadcasters on the platform, though not quite at the very top. The very first viewer who had watched my broadcast continued to visit regularly. They called me bro. I called them little buddy. I knew nothing about them, not their name, age, or anything else. But they were my longest-standing viewer and most loyal audience. Especially in the early, uncertain days of the broadcast, they pondered with me about the direction it should take and even volunteered to help me manage it like a manager. I was truly grateful for them. I even wanted to meet them in person and treat them to a meal. However, they rarely talked about themselves. They avoided discussing personal details, let alone meeting in person. So I never brought it up either. Besides, it was better to avoid too close a camaraderie between a broadcaster and their viewers. As the broadcast grew and I firmly established my place in this field, the viewer began to show up less frequently. I felt a pang of regret, but I was too busy to dwell on it for long. I assumed they must be occupied with their own busy life. Time passed, and one day, thinking of them, I searched their chat logs, wondering if they had left a message when I wasn't paying attention. There it was. Long time no see, bro. Left a few weeks ago, a message I had missed from them. The broadcast has grown so much while I was away, hasn't it? Do you only read chats with donations now? Well, what's this? Viewers had increased so much that, at some point, I could no longer read every ordinary chat message. My interactions with viewers had long been through messages displayed during paid donations. I don't have money to donate. Hey bro, I'm going to have surgery soon. Can you just say something encouraging? The message ended there. Staring blankly at the log, I suddenly stood up. That chat was left by them weeks ago. Even though it had been a while, I had to do something. They had always been reluctant to reveal personal information. But inevitably, some details had slipped through in our online interactions. They often mentioned visits to a hospital in Seoul, were young, male, and occasionally complained of chest pain and difficulty breathing, turning off the broadcast. I managed to trace the hospital and, surprisingly easily, found him among the long-term patients. He was in a coma, unconscious in bed, barely breathing, connected to life support machines. He was just a child. Years of being bedridden had left him looking much younger than his actual age. His head was shaved, covered with a hospital cap, wearing an oxygen mask, eyes closed in sleep. Beep, beep. The rhythmic sound of machines echoed in my ears. I stood beside the bed, silently looking down at the child. Beep, 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 beep dash. The child's breaths were barely audible amidst the mechanical beeping. Unable to look anymore, I closed my eyes tightly. My child really loved your broadcast, Mr. Retro Addict. His mother expressed gratitude repeatedly for my visit. Your broadcast was the only thing he looked forward to. On days without it, he'd rewatch your recordings. The monotony of hospital life, and how painful the cancer treatments were. That small body wasn't easy to endure, but your broadcast often made him smile. I stuttered a question, looking at her weary smile. Why me?
Pardon.
Why out of everyone else? There are so many funnier people doing broadcasts. Why did he choose me? How did he end up in my unnoticed broadcast of all places? And then stayed to support me as my channel grew. Why did he do that? Why this child? Hearing my words, she paused, then smiled faintly and spoke. Why me? Excuse me? Why did he choose to be born to me of all people? There are mothers much kinder and more patient than me. Her hand gently stroked the child's thin cheek. Let's ask him together when he wakes up. Thank you for visiting today. My child would be happy to know you were here. I left the hospital with her respectful farewell echoing behind me. The child had been sick since birth, suffering from a type of childhood cancer. He had lived in the hospital his whole life. His only window to the world was the small screen of a smartphone. Especially fond of watching my broadcasts. What was so interesting about watching this dull old man's cramped little world? In recent years, his condition had worsened. He had undergone surgery as a last resort. Miraculously, the surgery went well. However, he fell into a coma afterward, becoming essentially a vegetative state, and hadn't regained consciousness since. You reached out to me, trapped in my own shell, and I, chasing only money, ignored you when you needed me most. The increase in viewers meant that, eventually, I couldn't read every regular chat. My interactions had long since been limited to messages displayed with paid donations. Can you just say something encouraging? I had missed such a simple request for encouragement, leaving you isolated from the world until, I want to reach out to you as you did for me. Just as you did for me, I wanted to give you courage. But what can I do? That night, broadcasting late, I asked my viewers, what's the hardest old game you can think of? With a renewed resolve, I inquired further. A game so challenging that it seems almost impossible to overcome. Many people typed responses, but one message caught my eye. How about the Protect the Empire Hell Iron Man challenge? Protect the Empire. A game released a decade ago, reasonably popular, but no one had ever cleared its most difficult mode, Hell Iron Man. I decided to take on this challenge. I kept it a secret from my viewers, but I pledged all donations received until I cleared the game to a childhood cancer support foundation. I started the game. Protect the Empire was far from easy. The Hell Iron Man mode was brutally hard. I faced game over. The Empire fell again and again and again and again and again. But I didn't give up. Even when the red game over screen appeared, I brushed it off and started another round. Press start. Again. Even when a playthrough I spent dozens of hours on exploded due to a ridiculous accident. Press start. Again. Even when a playthrough that had lasted hundreds of hours crumbled under the enemy's assault. Press start. Again. Even if a playthrough reaching the ending failed at the last stage. Press start. Again, 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 again. Once more. I didn't give up. I would fight in my own way, try to overcome this challenge. I will cheer for you. So you too. Don't give up. Keep fighting your battle. Half a year later, I succeeded in the Protect the Empire challenge on my 742nd attempt. I defeated the final boss and cleared the last stage. Finally, I reached the game's ending. And then, gradually, my consciousness, which had been submerged, sharpened. Felt like waking up from a terrible hangover. I groaned, twisting my body. Sensations returned to the extremities of my body. I became aware of my fingers and toes. Twisting my sore joints that seemed unused for ages, I managed to open my eyes. My vision was blurry. Where am I? I clearly remember, after drinking heavily, I opened the teleport gate, fell into it, and then plummeted into pitch-black darkness. But here it was warm, soft, and even smelled nice. What? As I blinked several times, the world came into focus. Finally, I could clearly take in my surroundings. A lavishly decorated palace. Except for the bizarrely pink decor, it seemed quite expensive. I was lying on the floor of this palace, and someone was giving me a pillow with their lap. Huh?
Olop pilu?
What I was resting on was a warm, soft thigh. But who would do such a generous, no, embarrassing thing for me? Slowly raising my eyes. Ah, you're awake. A woman smiled gently at me. Snow-white skin, red irises, glossy pink hair and horns protruding on each side of her head, and the distinctive nun's attire. In other words, the 7th-ranked commander of the Nightmare Legion. Salome, the succubus queen, shyly asked me, "Did you sleep well, darling?" Her tail, characteristic of her demon kind, wagged like a puppy waiting for its owner. Staring blankly at Salome, "Woa, you scared me." Without realizing, I threw a punch, hitting Salome's jaw. Chapter 390. Seriously, that's too much. Why do you always hit me every time you see me? Salome, holding her jaw and tearing up, yelled at me. After all the trouble I went through to save you, you resort to violence without a second thought. You're the worst human ever. Shut up, monster. If I'm the worst human, then you're the worst monster. Ha! I'm not the worst. I'm the monster of temptation. What is she proudly spouting off about? This succubus. Anyway, I gritted my teeth and quickly got up. It's a battle between humans and monsters when our eyes meet. What else were you expecting? I frantically searched my waist. I needed to draw out agate and load it with bullets into her stomach, then follow up with maestro to forge a magic blade and thrust it into her neck. What? Nothing. My waist was empty. In a panic, I reached into my pocket. Then I'd pull another weapon from my inventory. The player's existence is uncertain. System use is unavailable. But my hand just flailed in thin air, unable to access the inventory. I gritted my teeth. Not this again. What the hell is this existence verification, you damn system? If it's blocked, shouldn't you call a repair technician or something? Seeing that I couldn't draw a weapon, Salome, who had been cowering in a corner with her hands over her head, smirked slyly. What's this, darling? Are you without a weapon? Call me darling one more time and I'll kill you. You're going to kill me anyway, aren't you? TSK. She knows well, this monster. I can take you down with just my taekwondo, even though I only learned it briefly in elementary school. It's enough for someone like you. I awkwardly adopted a taekwondo stance, readying for battle. Salome, I've missed too many chances to kill you. This time I'll make sure to finish you off. Suddenly dizzy, my legs gave out. I couldn't keep myself up and collapsed to the floor. What's this? Why can't I feel any strength in my body? That's because you're suddenly using a body that hasn't been active for a long time. Salome approached, laughing maliciously behind her hand. You submerged in the oblivions beyond? If I hadn't found and rescued you, you would have floated there forever like a ghost. The oblivions beyond? Some call it the underworld or the spirit realm. Anyway, it's not a place for the living. Granny Coco's words echoed in my mind again. Those uncertain of their existence who use the teleport gate end up there. That's why nightmares born from dreams, being uncertain entities, can't use teleport magic. I don't know why you were there, but when I found you, I thought it was a windfall. Ah, no. I mean, I was so startled my heart sank. How are you able to travel there and back? Hee hee. It's because I use my unbeatable evasion skill. Reality escape. Salome puffed up her chest, clearing her throat with a hem-hem sound. Aha, of course. The succubus queen's evasion skill, reality escape, that literally vanishes from reality. So, she was escaping to the oblivions beyond. That's how she freely moves in and out. That's why I struggled to carry you back to reality. Aren't I amazing? You can praise me. I am the succubus queen, the daughter of nightmares. You can praise me. It's okay. Praise. You can. Praise. Salome glanced at me with eyes that seemed to urge me to hurry. But seeing her smug face made me even less inclined to praise her. Sigh. But I had to admit I was grateful. Reluctantly, I nodded. All right, thanks for saving me. If it hadn't been for her, I might have been wandering the depths of the spirit realm forever. I owed her that gratitude. As I genuinely thanked her, Salome's eyes widened, then filled with tears. Why now? Sob. It's the first time I've heard such kind words from you, so I couldn't help but get emotional. That's so? It might be the last time. Savor the moment. Grumbling, I leaned against the wall and looked around the palace. So, where is this place? Given the tasteless pink interior, it wasn't hard to guess. This is my palace. How is it? Comfortable, right? Clean, right? It even smells nice, doesn't it? As expected, it was the headquarters of the Nightmare Legion, the Succubus Queen's palace. Seeing the disgustingly bling-bling, pink interior, I was reminded of Evangeline. She also had a terrifying love house taste. Maybe Salome and her would get along. Hee. I hurriedly rearranged the furniture and cleaned up before you woke up. I even sprayed perfume. Usually, my minions do the cleaning, but they all died, so I have to do the housekeeping myself. But, doing it for you made me a bit happy. Don't make that face, like a newlywed managing a honeymoon home. It makes me want to kill you. I snapped, then felt my face lose color. Wait a minute. Succubus Queen's Palace? This is the Lake Kingdom Dungeon Zone 10, the deepest of the deep, the most profound part of the deep demon realm, the absolute bottom of hell. The Succubus Queen's Palace is located here. My Vanguard Dungeon Assault team was barely scraping by in the early stages of Zone 8. And now I'm suddenly in Zone 10? How can I get back to the surface? Should I escape to Zone 8 and then use a teleport gate? No, if I use the gate now, I'll be swept away to the oblivions beyond or whatever. Does that mean I have to cut straight through to the main gate of the Lake Kingdom? As I pondered my escape route, Salome cautiously approached me. Her white hand naturally wrapped around my neck. Hee. Already thinking of how to escape? Ash? Take your hand off me if you know what's good for you. Don't be like that. Let's live sweetly together here. Just the two of us. I'll give you happy dreams. The commander of a Nightmare Legion promising to give happy dreams. Does that even make sense? Please, tell me. Without removing the arm wrapped around my neck, Salome spoke in a trembling voice. Every time I think of you, my heart flutters uncontrollably, my body trembles, and I feel like crying. The King of Kings told me what I feel for you is love. Is that true? Please, tell me. I answered immediately and yanked Salome's arm away. It's absolutely not. That's enough. Wah! You're really too much. Too much? If I had a weapon in my hand, you would have been dead 10 times over. If I had anything in my stomach, I would have thrown up on your face by now. Love? Love? A monster like you towards a human like me? What kind of nonsense is that? Salome huffed in frustration. But the King of Kings said so. That this feeling is love. Nope, absolutely not. He's just messing with you. And if your heart's fluttering and you're trembling and crying, that sounds more like arrhythmia or some heart condition. You should really see a doctor. Preferably, you'd get worse and kick the bucket for good. Sorry, but I'm not playing house with you. As I sat for a bit, strength returned to my body. I staggered to my feet. I need to get back to my team. Move out of the way. Just as I was about to push past Salome and leave the palace. Boom! Suddenly, the palace shook as if hit by an earthquake. Whoa! Yikes! Salome and I were both startled, tumbling to the floor. Bang! Boom! Crash! The explosions and tremors continued. I turned to Salome in alarm. What the hell is going on? Well, I'm being attacked. Salome fidgeted as she spoke. I used reality escape to flee, and then I found you by chance. After returning to reality, I'm being attacked again. Who's attacking you? Other monster legions. What? Aren't they your allies? Why are they attacking each other? Well, my forces weakened, right? It's normal for monsters to attack each other when one becomes weak. Damn it. If it's not one thing, it's another with you monsters. Yep. Stop agreeing so cheerfully. Salome giggled and scratched the back of her head. You wiped out my legion, remember? Right now, I'm practically powerless. I thought I'd be safe since the King of Kings favored me, but boom! Crash! The palace continued to shake, and a chandelier fell from the ceiling. Salome, looking distressed, scrambled to avoid it. It seems that's not the case. Oh no! Then, as naturally as possible, she fell into my arms, but I easily sidestepped her. Ah! The fallen succubus rolled on the floor. I ignored her and looked out the window. Who the hell is attacking? When I looked out, I was immediately struck with horror. Stomp! 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 Approaching the palace were giants clad in Viking-like armor and blue skin, armed with ice spears and shields. Easily hundreds of them. Damn it, the Frost Giant Legion? Not top 10, but their combat power, excluding the Legion commander, is among the highest. Simply put, they're just individually strong. What do we do? You're a Legion commander. There must be something you can do. I don't know. Direct combat isn't my thing. My subordinates always handled it. What good are you, you useless succubus? If I had a way, would I be watching our honeymoon home get demolished? Who said anything about a honeymoon home? Boom! Crash! As we argued, the succubus queen's palace was beautifully falling apart. It was fun to see Salome lose her base and become homeless, but those frost giant demolition workers wouldn't spare me either. I'll be beaten for sure. I had no intention of ending my life in such a place with this pink-loving demon. I had to find a way out. Sigh. I cooled my mind and checked my current status. System window offline. Inventory locked. No weapons. Without the system's aid, did I have any means to fight? Of course. I opened my eyes wide. Even when I had nothing more to lose, I faced and overcame greater adversities. The game isn't over yet, so I won't give up either. I looked to my side. There was Salome, touching a fallen chandelier with a woeful expression. What's the strongest piece in chess? Without a doubt, it's the queen. And somehow, this creature beside me is also a queen. Albeit a pink one, not black or white. Hey, Salome. I am a player. I am the one who moves the pieces on the chessboard. And right now, there's a queen at my disposal. Then I should use it to wreak havoc on the battlefield and, in the end, self-destruct along with the enemy's pieces. It's a temporary alliance. I extended my hand to Salome. Follow my command, and I'll get us out of this mess. How about it? Will you join hands with me? Without a second thought, Salome reached out and grabbed my hand. Of course, darling. No, I meant to shake hands. Not stand side by side like we're going on a date. This isn't a cue to interlock fingers. Do you think this is a romantic situation, you delusional succubus? Let go of my hand. I quickly pulled my hand away from hers. Salome just giggled and laughed. She's unbearable. Muttering under my breath, I glared at the frost giants who were now almost upon us and whispered menacingly. All right, Salome. As the succubus queen focused on me with twinkling eyes, I smirked wickedly. I'm about to give the orders for our strategy. Thus, a disconcerting alliance between a human and a monster was formed. Chapter 391. The succubus queen's palace is vast. Enclosed by high fences and stone walls, the palace consists of 5 buildings, scattered across a wide area. Boom! 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 The frost giants, who had penetrated the palace fence, began to search each of the palace buildings, spreading out widely. There were 20 of them in total. 20 might seem few, but these were frost giants. Each one had the combat power of dozens of ordinary monsters. It was far from a small force. In fact, it was a considerable deployment. Boom! 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 Due to their large size and weight, stealth was never an option for these beings. The frost giants relentlessly demolished the palace in their search. One of them, swinging its arm, ripped off the roof of the largest building. Seeing this, Salome, who was almost losing her mind, tried to shout something, but I quickly covered her mouth. MMPPH. Shut up, please. It's not the right time yet. The frost giants continued their search, wrecking the palace with loud crashes. Noticing Salome's absence, they began to disperse even more widely. They expanded their search to include not only the buildings but also the fence, stone walls, and even the beautifully decorated gardens. Crack! A frost giant's massive foot crushed a marble fountain in the garden. MMMPH. Salome nearly cried, twisting her body, but I held her tightly and did not let go. Stay quiet. As the 20 frost giants dispersed, one of them approached our hiding spot. In the corner of the garden, amidst a wide expanse of flower beds, crunch! The tip of a frost giant's foot trampled the blooming flowers, right in front of us. Lying flat in the flower bed, I signaled to Salome beside me. Now! MMPH. Sleep! Salome extended her hand forward, and a pink stream shot out, engulfing the frost giant. Boom! The frost giant's eyes clouded over, and it immediately stopped moving. The effect was lethal. Good. That's one. Ah! My palace. My flower beds. Salome babbled in panic, but I ignored her and looked for the next target to charm. You can control this guy you charmed, right? Yeah. He'll follow my orders for a while. Then lure that one over here. Let's keep charming them, one by one. And so, sleep, sleep. We successfully charmed 2 more frost giants. We put a total of 3 under Salome's mind control. Ha! Ha! I did as you asked. Seriously, you're the succubus queen, and you're gasping after charming just 3? Eek! My charm is powerful. It can enchant anyone, but it takes a lot of energy. I need to use it sparingly. In the game, her charm had an incredibly high success rate. No matter how high the opponent's magic stat, her charm would prevail. The cooldown was just a bit long. Anyway, 3 is enough. Well done. After saying that, I realized my mistake. I had praised Salome like one would praise a subordinate. Oh? Really? Hee. I did well. Salome's face brightened up instantly, as if she had never been upset. I clicked my tongue and surveyed the remaining frost giants. 17. In terms of numbers, they still had the overwhelming advantage. On our side, 3 charmed frost giants. Then there was Salome with almost no combat ability, and myself, hindered by system restrictions. If I had my subordinates with me, it would have been a fair fight. I could have charmed the enemy's captain, and my subordinates could have charmed the enemy's minions. We could have neutralized the entire enemy legion that way. Salome said, plucking flowers from the garden, and has she gone mad? Sticking them in her hair. But now it's just me. Charming the entire enemy legion is tough. It's also difficult to charm any more for a while. So, how do we fight, Ash? I told you, 3 is enough. The enemies are scattered. They are unaware that their allies have been charmed. And most importantly, my existence is an unexpected factor. Salome, who didn't know how to fight on her own and just used reality escape, is no longer here. I'm here now. I suffered tremendously at the hands of this damned succubus queen in the game, and I know very well how to use this succubus most cruelly and effectively. First, we'll divide and conquer. I commanded Salome to send the 3 charmed frost giants to assassinate their comrades quietly. I pointed out a frost giant on the outskirts and instructed her in detail on how to silently eliminate it. Honestly, I was worried if Salome could control them properly as I instructed, but there was no need to worry. Salome, highly focused, controlled the frost giants as if they were her own limbs. With her eyes closed, moving her extended fingers, her command over the frost giants was like that of a puppeteer. Thump, thump, thump. The frost giants didn't suspect their comrades approaching and were engrossed in their search. In that gap, the charmed frost giants approached from behind, grabbed the comrade from both sides, and slit their throats. The trio of charmed frost giants moved as one body. They quietly caught the body of the slain frost giant to prevent it from falling and moved towards the next target. Northeast, a frost giant. Looking south, attract one naturally from the south to catch its attention, and the other 2 quietly approach from the east and west. I observed and instructed. Wait a minute. It's getting confusing controlling all 3 at once. Is this an arm? Oh, a leg? No, it's the neck. Oops. It's looking this way. Act natural. Act natural. It's okay, Salome. You can do it. Salome was verbally unstable, but her actual control was flawless. Thump. Thud.
Boom.
The trio of charmed frost giants obediently followed the commands. By the time the remaining frost giants noticed the anomaly, already 10 of them had been sent to the netherworld. Woo! An enraged frost giant blew a horn. The remaining 7 frost giants immediately thundered towards us from all directions. Af! We've been discovered. What do we do now? Stay calm, Salome. It was bound to come to this. When it came to frost giants, it was 3 against 7. Naturally, we're at a massive disadvantage. There's no need to even bring up Lanchester's laws. Intuitively, in a battle between entities of similar specs, the difference in numbers is clear. If things continue this way, a terrible defeat is evident. But there's a variable, that these aren't just frost giants, but frost giants under Salome's control. Frost giants are known for their exceptional physical abilities among monsters. They fight based on the overwhelming physical specs they are born with. In other words, high specs but not much in terms of skills or techniques. They don't need such things because they are strong without them. When you have overwhelming power, there's no need to waste time honing skills or techniques. In the game, frost giants relied on their overwhelming specs to fight, but they lacked any special combat skills or abilities. They only had basic attacks, and more basic attacks. So, let's think the opposite way. What if these frost giants on our side, with the same specs, possessed techniques and skills the others didn't? Unlike those who blindly charged in, relying only on their physique and numbers, we have tactics. The difference in numbers can be significantly reduced. Lead the 3 frost giants through the spaces between the palace buildings. Hurry! Got it. As we retreated into the narrow space between the main and auxiliary buildings of the palace, the 7 enemy frost giants rushed in after us. A confined and limited battlefield is advantageous for the defender. That's why I lured them here. The frost giants should know this too, but they willingly jumped into this battlefield, knowing it's disadvantageous for them. That shows how much they trust the difference in their numbers and their own specs. But that's a misjudgment. I gave Salome another command. 2 will defend with shields, and 1 will stab with a sword. Salome immediately controlled the 3 charmed frost giants as I ordered. Clang, ching, clang. The charmed frost giants smoothly transitioned between defense and attack like flowing water. 2 held shields to block enemy attacks, and 1 thrust a sword through the gaps in the shields. It was as if the 3 were one body, seamlessly coordinated. What's so special about combat skills? The three moving as one body. This is a remarkable skill in the confined space with overwhelmingly superior teamwork. The enemy frost giants suffered cumulative damage quickly. The ground was littered with the dark blue blood of the frost giants. Meanwhile, our three stood firm. After the intense battle, our three frost giants were significantly injured but still stood in their places, alive. On the other hand, 6 out of the 7 enemy frost giants lay dead. Well done, Salome. This time I thought it to myself without saying it out loud. Huh? But then, among the corpses of those giants, the last one was nowhere to be seen. Where did the last one go? Whoosh! Just then, a sound of cutting through the air came from above. Frightened, I looked up just as the last giant fell. It had circled around, not left, right, or back, but along the z-axis. From above, crash! The huge frost giant, with its cloak fluttering, landed and sliced the neck of one of our frost giants with its sword, and with its other hand holding a shield, crushed the neck of another. Kook! The last charmed frost giant under Salami's control rushed at it. But, thump! The attack was blocked by the shield. Thud! Followed by a stab in the belly with the sword. Crack dash! And with a short-range shield strike like a short burst of energy, it smashed the chest bone and sent it flying backwards. Huff! The frost giant, who had slaughtered all three in a flash, exhaled shortly and glared at us. Distinct from other frost giants with its ornate armor, and a helmet resembling the wings of a fierce bird. It's a Skarl, an elite unit of the Frost Giant Legion, essentially the highest-ranking warrior just below the Legion commander. Oh shit! Forget what I said earlier. If it's such a big shot, then it's a War Master proficient not only in its own specs but also in skills, techniques, and tactics. Salome, can you charm it? I still need a little more time before I can use it again. Damn it! How are we supposed to stop that thing? Thump! 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 Without any time to ponder, it was already charging towards us. In terms of physical specs and combat prowess, there's no comparison. The moment it reaches us, we'll be torn to shreds. I clenched my teeth. Is there really no other way? Wait a minute. Just then, a thought flashed through my mind. I quickly turned to my side. Hey, Salome. Huh? Did you ever try to enchant me while I was asleep? What? Hick, no really. Salami's eyes widened in shock, and she began to hiccup. Annoyed, I pressed further. Have you ever tried casting your enchantment on me? Answer me. Quick. Salome, with a woeful face, confessed meekly. Well, I did try, but it didn't work. Just like before, not at all. A sly smile formed on my lips. Salami's enchantment was powerful enough to work on any high-ranking unit. But the fact that her enchantment didn't work on me meant that my passive skill, Unyielding Commander, was still active. In other words, although the system was blocked, my skills were still usable. Then, hey, you giant bastard dash! Even without the system's adjustment, if the skills I possessed were indeed my own abilities, I should be able to use them. Facing Frost Giant Huskarl, I recalled the sensation of using Gaze of Command and shouted, "Hit the deck now!" A flash of light burst before my eyes. There was no blue interface that usually appeared when using skills, no internal resistance roll messages, no success or failure judgment. But I had a gut feeling. I felt it, that it worked. Magic power surged out of my body, infiltrating through his eyes, and then, whoosh! The menacingly charging Frost Giant Huskarl suddenly fell to the ground, rolled over, and assumed the prone position. Boom! Crash! His massive body crashed into the palace, tearing down the main building as he burrowed inside. Watching the dust clouds billow, I laughed in exhaustion. I did it! I had been so reliant on the system that when it disappeared, I mistook my own abilities as gone too. But that wasn't the case. This power is mine. Without the system's help or adjustment, I can use it at my will. I clenched my fist tightly. See that, you damn system. Even if I can't prove my existence or whatever, I am still me. I can still fight. My Palaxi. Just then, Salami's plaintive wail echoed over the ruins. Right, that frost giant had just spectacularly demolished the very heart of the palace. Crash! Rumble! The palace, with its pillars and beams completely collapsed, began to crumble in a chain reaction, completely engulfing the fallen frost giant. Boom! Crash! New! Watching the collapsing palace roof, Salome cried out in a tearful wail. Honestly, it sounded quite pleasant to my ears. Chapter 392. After defeating the entire Frost Giant Legion. Damn it! After rummaging through the collapsed palace and grabbing some usable bags and clothes, without a hint of regret, I didn't look back and headed towards the darkness on the other side of the Lake Kingdom, with Salome following me in shock. Wait! Where are you going? Where else? Home. The journey is long, but that means I need to start early. My kids are eagerly waiting for their lord at home. Then Salome pointed at herself with her index finger. What about me? What do you mean, what about you? Now, we each have to live well on our own. I wish you a blissful afterlife. As I waved my hand, Salami's face turned into a whine. You said you'd ally with me. That just ended. We just finished off a common enemy. I'm sparing your life out of a brief alliance's sentiment. Be thankful. After waving my hand again and turning around coolly, Salome grabbed my waist and collapsed to the ground. What the hell is she doing? You're just using me and tossing me aside after getting what you want? Don't make an innocent person out to be a bad guy. Beating me every day, saying harsh words, making me cry all night. But still, I love you. Don't drift into a cheap melodrama. Let go, let go. I shrugged off Salami's arm harshly and walked forward. Seeing her tears and pleading didn't work, Salome just started to follow me quietly. You're going to wander around out there alone? In the deepest part of the Lake Kingdom? With all of the monsters around here? I don't like to say it, but I haven't just been sitting around. You don't need to worry about me. I can make it through. It's indeed a dangerous place, but I've been here so many times in the game. Now that I've verified that my skills are usable, I have secured means of survival. It's easier for me to move alone. There are several problems with Salome being around. First, she is currently being targeted by another monster legion. If they attack her, I could get dragged in too. Second, she's just too noticeable. Look at that pink shadow bouncing around like a little poodle. She's bound to attract attention in many ways. It doesn't match my style of quietly escaping the dungeon. And the biggest problem, how can I trust a monster? She saved me from Oblivion's Beyond, and is flirting around saying she likes me, but who knows when she'll stab me in the back. Her nature is to seduce and lead to ruin. She's not trustworthy, not even in empty words. Me, I'll listen to you. Salome quickly gathered a few belongings and, pleading, followed behind me. So, can't we stay together just a little longer? Please. I'll fully cooperate until you get out of the dungeon. I'll move as you say. We might work well together. We did pretty well in the battle just now. A mind-controlling couple that can defeat any monster legion we encounter. How about it? It's not a couple but a duo. I can't be bothered to argue. I sighed and waved my hand. Then prove it. Prove. Quietly accept my mind control. Then I'll let you come with me. If I turn Salome into my captured monster with become mine, then I have the safety mechanism of absolute command. There's no reason not to take her. After all, a Nightmare Legion commander is a powerful asset. But the proud Nightmare Legion commander would never voluntarily accept to become a slave to a human. Okay. Great. 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 Super great. Hurry. Cast it. Do I just need to remove my mental barriers? Okay, I've done it now. Now capture me. Is she serious? In disbelief, I looked at Salome and then used a combo of Gaze of Command and Become Mine. Might as well give it a shot. Become mine. Yes, I will. You don't need to respond to a skill trigger. And Salome really got caught by both skills quietly. As a succubus and a legion commander, her magic stat was quite high, so it's unlikely she'd be caught by normal means. She voluntarily exposed her weakness. She's thrown the game. Swoosh. Clank. A collar-like shape appeared out of thin air and fastened around Salome's neck. Salome squealed and tapped the collar with her fingertips. So this is your taste. Oh my, you should have told me earlier. I would have catered to it. You really are an idiot. The system window is still unresponsive, so I can't check her loyalty level. It's easier to assume it's 0 like the other Nightmare Legion commanders. I have absolute command, but let's not let our guard down. Hey. Can we go together now? Salome, grinning like a fool, came and stood next to me. Don't look like a kindergarten kid going on a field trip for the first time. I turned my head away and clicked my tongue. Leaving behind the ruined palace of the succubus queen, we emerged onto the streets of the Lake Kingdom. The deepest part of Zone 10 is the very center of the Lake Kingdom. The tallest and most bustling skyscrapers are gathered here. But as soon as we came out onto the street, I saw a towering spire not too far away. A dark and murky castle continuously spewing black fog. The Lake Kingdom's King's Castle. Once, it must have been where the royal family of this country lived and ruled this massive city-state. Now, it's completely engulfed in darkness, emitting suffocating evil. Demon King, the supreme ruler among the monsters, my nemesis, must be there. I suddenly remembered the first time I saw this castle. Was it before the start of Stage 3? When Evangeline first joined the party, and Jupiter was still alive. We surveyed the entire city from the walls of the Lake Kingdom. It seemed impossibly far away, but somehow, I've made it this close regardless of the process. After staring at the castle for a while, I eventually turned away. It's a place I can't clear right now. But next time I come here, I will definitely bring it down. My grand adversary. Do you want to see the supreme ruler while we're here? Don't talk nonsense. I snapped at Salome, who asked with a clueless, naive face, and hurried my pace. Going there is worse than death. It's a shame. The supreme ruler is a good person. Salome murmured as she looked back at the castle. At times like this, I'm painfully reminded that she's a monster. Since we're moving together, we need more members, I said as I led the way. Since I'm not moving alone and have already taken on a party member, it's better to have more. Preferably a sturdy friend who can take the front line. But I prefer just the two of us. Our balance is off the balance. No way. Our compatibility in love must be perfect. I'm not talking about that. I mean in combat. Our compatibility in love is the worst, but our combat balance is also bad. Both of us are rear position mages who impose mental control status abnormalities on enemies. Our ranges overlap. For the next member to join, it's better to consider a more balanced combination. If we see any usable frontline character, you charm them right awa. Squish. Huh? Did I just step on something? Interrupting myself, I looked down in confusion and immediately gasped. In the center of Zone 10, there was a huge fountain plaza, connected to a long staircase leading to the castle. At the bottom of that staircase lay a grotesque beast. It was a hybrid beast, a form close to a chimera, with various animal features intermingled. The creature, battered and bloodied, was crouched at the bottom of the stairs, breathing feebly. I stepped back in horror. What the hell? Why is this thing lying here? Isn't it normal? It's the deepest part of the dungeon. Wouldn't it be common to see monster corpses scattered around? But even Salome tilted her head in confusion. This is strange. This area is under the jurisdiction of the castle. It means it's the Demon King's territory. The demon guards should be keeping this place clean. Salome looked around as she spoke, her eyes widening. My God, what's this now? I looked in the same direction, and then I saw it. On the stairs leading to the castle, demon gatekeepers and demon-kind soldiers lay gruesomely torn apart. From the corpses of those demon soldiers to this hybrid beast, there was a trail of blood. This beast, it has handcuffs on its hands and feet. Salome, examining the fallen beast, looked at me. From the looks of it, it seems to have been captured by the demon guards and was being dragged away. Then it must have fought and killed them to escape. But it couldn't get far due to the injuries from fighting the guards and collapsed here? Yeah, it seems so. I crouched next to Salome and peered at the beast. I blinked. The face of this beast, it seemed familiar. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere. Mason? Suddenly, that name slipped from my mouth. Mason, the leader of the Aegis Special Forces Team 1 during Stage 14, who attacked Crossroad and kidnapped me. Lucas's former household head, who I thought was dead by Lucas's sword, but survived using beastification and sneaked into the dungeon. We are the human delegates sent by His Highness Fernandez, the future emperor of the Empire, to meet the Demon King, the ruler of monsters. That guy who went into the darkness alone to meet the Demon King. At first, I thought it was a mistake, but there was no doubt. The face of the grotesque beast still faintly resembled a human, and most importantly, Prince Ash. Your Highness? As I called him Mason, he faintly opened his eyes and called my name. How did you end up here? That's my line, you bastard. This guy, he must have snuck into the dungeon from the base camp. How did he get here? All the way to the deepest part of Zone 10. Mason, his face now resembling a bear's, grinned and spoke with a laughter-laced voice. It's been quite a while, hasn't it? A while? Has it? Well, some time has passed since the Special Forces attack. It's better this way. Better to die by your hand than to be killed by monsters. Mason slowly closed his eyes. I have completed my mission. Now I have no regrets. Please kill me. What are you talking about? You don't get to die comfortably, you bastard. Grinding my teeth, I signaled Salome with my eyes. Salome. Yes. Charm this guy. We're taking him with us. Got it. Here goes. Sleep. As Salome extended her hand forward and emitted a pink current, Mason was easily charmed. With his eyes hazy, Mason slowly rose to his feet. Blood dripped profusely from his broken body. Good. We move. This place is too conspicuous. Is it okay? This bear guy is seriously injured. He might die soon without first aid. He's still breathing. That's enough. Mason didn't die when he was cut in half by Lucas's sword, and he even managed to make it this far. He'll survive these injuries. I'll extract whatever he did here, use him as a meat shield to the very end, then discard him. With that thought, the three of us stealthily walked through the darkness-stained streets, searching for a suitable hiding place. As I led the way and looked back, I involuntarily clicked my tongue. What a sight our party is. A human, a monster, and a beast that is neither human nor monster. Three completely mismatched individuals huddled together, wandering in the darkness. This is like the path of lost souls. Suddenly, I longed for Crossroad. I want to go back soon and see the kids. Chapter 393. Crackle, crackle. The campfire blazes. Though I still haven't completely left Zone 10, I had to rest. My body, having been submerged in the spirit world before emerging, was far from its best condition. I couldn't keep moving for long. I found an abandoned building and entered, gathering some firewood to start a fire. Salome went out to find something to eat for me. Is there even anything edible in this neighborhood? And I assigned Mason to guard outside. It feels a bit better now. The campfire offered more than just warmth. Light. Zone 10, with its towering skyscrapers shining like street lamps, provided visibility, but it was essentially engulfed in suffocating darkness. Rustle, rustle, the sound, like insects gnawing, echoes from all around. It's the sound of darkness creeping in. Trying to ignore it, I stare blankly into the fire, then suddenly lift my head. The dark sky, no, since it's below the lake, I should say the dark surface stretches vastly, covering my vision. Far above this darkness, there's the surface world. Suddenly, it felt impossibly distant. It's as if I'm stranded on an unknown alien planet in a broken spaceship. Earth must be beyond this vast cosmos. But still, can I return? This isn't just about Crossroad. I rubbed my tired eyes. I recalled the dream I had just before waking up here. My life on Earth as retro addict. I've come a long way from being a mere gamer cooped up in a room. At the same time, it's dizzying. Can I really go back? This time, it's not a physical question. Even if I clear all the stages, reach the true ending, seize my wish, and return to my original world, would I still be me? I've worn down so much during this year of gameplay. I've grown accustomed to Ash's body, face, and voice, become more shameless and more brutal. I've witnessed countless real deaths. I went from a player to almost becoming a tyrant and then not even a monster. I'm already a completely different person from the retro addict I used to be. What more will change in me by the end of this game? There's a famous philosophical question, the ship of Theseus. It asks, if all parts of a ship are replaced, is it still the same ship? When all this ends, once every part of me is replaced, what will I become eventually? Staring into the campfire, gazing up at the profound darkness, I slowly utter a sentence. It seems I was conceived in this darkness, grew in it, and still exist within it. Now I'm floundering, not knowing where to go. Indeed, I feel like the focal point of the century. That's when it happened. Ooh? What's that? A poem? Salome returns just in time, holding some kind of fruit in her hands. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I fiddled with the firewood and replied, "It's an essay, written by a famous poet." "Cool, Ash. You look so intellectual." "Thanks for the compliment. The poet who wrote this essay is great, but I'm just imitating by memorizing and reading it." Embarrassed, I quickly took the fruit from Salame's hand. The fruit exuded a fresh, crisp aroma. "How did you find something this fresh here?" "There's a commander among the legions who enjoys gourmet food. I knew he occupied a farm here and was brewing fruit wine. I sneaked into his base and swiped some. Being a succubus, it seems she managed not to get caught and pulled it off splendidly. She's more useful than I thought." I chewed on the fruit, skin and all. Swallowing the juice seemed to revive me a bit. Silently munching on the fruit next to me, Salome crouched down, resting her chin on her hands, and stared intently at me. Her gaze was a bit too much. "What? Why are you staring?" "Oh, just because. You look good eating." "Ha ha ha. There's no poison in this, right? Would I do such a thing? Come on. What do you take me for?" After I finished the fruit, Salame's eyes sparkled as she moved closer to me. "Did you enjoy it?" "Well, yeah, it was good." "Then you should show some gratitude, shouldn't you?" "Thanks." "No, not just a polite thank you." I wondered what she was getting at, but Salome came up with an unexpected request. "Recite another poem, or sing a song." I was taken aback. "Why would you ask for something like that?" "But your reading was so good. I want to hear more." "No way. It's embarrassing. So I won't do it anymore." "Oh, come on. In your dreams, you used to broadcast quite well when you were—" "Oh." Salome stopped mid-sentence and covered her mouth. For a moment, I didn't understand and just blinked blankly. Then I belatedly grasped her meaning. How does she know I broadcasted? You? Don't tell me." I pointed a trembling finger at Salome. "Did you read my memories?" "Well, it was unavoidable, you see." Salome hurriedly backed away, rolling her large eyes and frantically making excuses. "I had to be in contact with you to bring you back from the spirit world. And since I'm a succubus, I naturally read the dreams you were having, I guess?" I shivered in anger. I wondered why I suddenly recalled my entire life on Earth. This succubus must have used some trick to read my past. "Salome, now I have even more reasons to not keep you alive." I muttered ominously and stood up. Salome started hiccuping. "Knowing that I'm not the real Ash, I should kill you to seal your lips." I'm a human from another world, possessing the body of this mad prince. There's nothing good about this monster knowing that fact. Salome must be killed. What does it matter? Then Salome shouted fiercely. I didn't like you because you're Ash. Not because you're a prince or the lord of the city, or because you have money. None of that matters to a monster like me. I just liked you because you're you. Continuing her shameless confession, Salome then looked away and muttered, well, I'm not exactly sure if this is the real feeling, and that's why I'm sticking around you to figure it out. Anyway, it took the wind out of my sails. I was about to use my absolute command to make Salome commit suicide. I sighed and flopped down in front of the fire again. Salome cautiously watched my reaction. Aren't you going to kill me? I will. Just not now, later. Salome was too useful at the moment. Her death is certain, but not now. I'm too tired to witness another death right now. As I dejectedly crouched back in front of the fire, Salome crept closer to me again. Hey. What's so funny? Because it's a secret of yours that no one else in this world knows. Only I do. Salome boasted, thumping her chest. Don't worry, we're already accomplices, aren't we? Your secret will definitely remain a secret. I'll take it to my grave. I'll dig that grave myself someday. Swallowing my words, I just silently nodded. Salome kept giggling happily for some reason. I called Mason in from guarding outside. His body was still undergoing a cycle of collapse and regeneration. Since I didn't know when he might drop dead, I decided to interrogate him while he was still breathing. He had taken on a monstrous form, a mix of various beasts, with prominent features of a bear and a tiger. His face was half-human, making it somewhat frightening to look at him. Answer my questions now, Mason. Salome's charm was still effective. Mason nodded quietly. You said you completed your mission. What exactly does that mean? Did you really meet the Demon King? Yes. I successfully had an audience with the Demon King. I clenched my teeth. To be honest, I had underestimated the Aegis Special Forces. These bastards were good at messing up and failing at everything they did. With the grand name of a secret division, they never seemed to accomplish anything properly. But this time I had to admit it. These damned bastards actually managed to send an envoy to the depths of this hell and met with the enemy leader. Taking a deep breath, I glared at Mason. Fernandez sent you to declare surrender to the Demon King. Mason had clearly told me this before. It's a declaration of surrender, Prince Ash. A complete expression of humanity's surrender to the monsters. The reason Fernandez sent an envoy to the Demon King. It was to declare humanity's defeat to the monsters. Even now, it's hard to understand, seems like crazy nonsense, but anyway, that was the order Fernandez gave to Mason. And Mason, yes, I conveyed humanity's intention to surrender to the Demon King. He actually delivered that message. It was a mad carnival of fools. I briefly contemplated whether to curse out loud, but Mason continued. In exchange for surrendering, we begged them to spare us from a future where all humanity is exterminated. What? We requested that at least the people of the imperial capital, New Terra, be spared. This was Lord Fernandez's demand. So what is this? In exchange for giving up the fight against the monsters and abandoning the rest of the world's population to die, they requested that at least the people of the imperial capital be spared? Why? Crossroad is still holding out. The monster front can still fight more. Lord Fernandez possesses the power to see the future, albeit in a limited form. Perhaps because of the charm. Mason continued his story smoothly. I swallowed hard. Fernandez can see the future? Lord Fernandez witnessed it himself. The collapse of all four fronts of the empire, and the ensuing onslaught from all sides that decimated the empire. I remembered the Guardians' meeting held in the imperial capital. North, West, Central, and South. The four fronts of the empire's defense, each overseen by the emperor and three princes. Every other threat was surmountable. The gods of the northern spirit realm, the dragon lady of the western bringer duchy, the underground conflicts in the central. But The southern monster front was the only insurmountable doom. No matter what we did, it was an unavoidable destruction. In the end, the human world was destined to be invaded and destroyed by the monsters unleashed by the Demon King. No effort, no attempt could overcome this fate, as Lord Fernandez declared. And then, therefore, Lord Fernandez decided to become the emperor. He aimed to ascend to a position where he could decide the fate of humanity, to save as many people as possible. And this people refers only to those living in the capital of the empire? Yes, I laughed in disbelief. So he can see the future, albeit limitedly, and he believes that destruction is a predetermined fate. So he chose to surrender to the Demon King and beg for their lives? And not for all humanity, but only for a select few living in the imperial capital? But the Demon King rejected our surrender. The Demon King said this: "In the countless repetitions of this game, there has never been a case like this. Your declaration of surrender has given me great amusement. However, Fernandez, you are not my equal." Mason looked up at me intently. My true adversary is still fighting, struggling to make their next move on the crumbling chessboard, holding on desperately. I clenched my fists tightly. Until he gives up, the game is not yet over. Chapter 394. Lake Kingdom Dungeon, Zone 10. The farm. In the heart of the city, a vast expanse of land suddenly unfolded. Endless rows of fruit trees, planted at precise intervals like blades, stretched out before the eyes. On one side, a barn. On the other, fields and paddies. Originally, it was a top-grade farm exclusively supplying the king's castle, reserved for the royal family. Covered with pristine glass walls, this facility maintained optimal temperatures and lighting for plant growth through magic. Even as the kingdom fell to ruin, shrouded in darkness and monsters, this place continued to operate, guided by the will of its current owner. Trickle, trickle, from the terrace of the central mansion, overlooking this wide and beautiful farm. Into the wine glass on the outdoor table, red wine poured with a clear sound. Do you know the difference between fermentation and decay? The burly man, having filled the glass halfway, slowly set the bottle upright and began to speak. His deep voice flowed from him. The principle is the same. Microbes multiply and, simply put, rot. But the outcomes are different. When rot deepens the taste and aroma, it's fermentation. When it produces foul odors and toxins, it's decay. The man swirled the glass in his hand. The red wine rippled, nearly spilling as it spun inside the glass. It's all rotting, but if it benefits humans, it's fermentation. Otherwise, it's decay. Quite a convenient standard, isn't it? Even in decay, there are flavors like this wine, a time for harvest, and the subtlety of maturation. Yet humans neither understand nor try to appreciate its true taste. Slowly, the man raised the glass, examining the red liquid in the light of the farm. So, I sought to enlighten humans with the aesthetics of my decay. But failing to embrace my philosophy, they branded me a monster. The man chuckled. Oh, the irony! When it suits their taste, I'm hailed as a great doctor. But when I follow my own path, they treat me as a plague monster. Really so arbitrary. I've always consistently studied rot. So, as people wished, I became a monster. Using my body as a breeding ground, I infused all my researched decay into myself. I became the embodiment of plague. Gulp, the man downed the glass. Having savored the last drop of red wine, he let out a satisfied exclamation and set the glass down, then looked across the table. I've rambled on. Why not have a taste? It's my farm's own brew. Quite good, actually. Afraid to drink something brewed by the plague master? Or has my bare face put you off your appetite? Either way, I suppose I understand. Wiping his mouth, the man picked up a mask lying beside the table. A white crow mask. Donning the crow mask and a black top hat, he took his place. The fourth-ranked commander of the Nightmare Legion. The Lord of the Plague Legion Raven, sat and faced his visitor. "So, what brings you here today?" "Your silence makes me prattle on all by myself." Sitting opposite Raven was a frost giant. This frost giant was remarkably small for his kind, only slightly larger than a typical human. Yet, this man was the commander of the Frost Giant Legion, the last king. One of the most formidable among the hellish monsters beneath this Lake King Raim of the Frost. Raim, who had been silently staring at Raven, finally parted his heavy lips. "I'm done." "What are you referring to?" "I'm done being a dog for your plague legion." Raim, having bluntly stated his purpose, pushed back his chair and stood up. Raven tilted his head to the side, puzzled. "Does this mean you're abandoning your wife and children, held hostage by my legion?" Raim, his eyes flickering wildly, growled fiercely. "For hundreds of years, you've held my wife and children hostage, using my frost giant people like your slaves. I thought it was a decent collaborative relationship. I sent my forces to capture the succubi queen on your orders. But the result was annihilation. Many of the few remaining warriors of my race were needlessly lost due to your command. You speak as if I killed your warriors." Raven smirked mockingly, shrugging his shoulders. "I requested cooperation, and you accepted. The annihilation by the succubi queen was due to the weakness of your men. To lose all your subordinates and not even capture a single succubi, the frost giants have really declined." Insulted to his face, a terrifying malevolence erupted from Raim. Looking as though he might draw the great sword on his back and attack Raven at any moment, Raim eventually exhaled a long breath, suppressing his rage. From this moment, the Frost Giant Legion severs its master-servant relationship with the Plague Legion. Raim turned and began to walk away. "Do as you wish with those held hostage. Kill them, spare them. They're no longer my concern. How cold, king of the Frost Giants. You intend to abandon your wife and children. After holding my wife and children hostage for hundreds of years, refusing every plea to release them, you're hardly one to talk." Raim strode out of the mansion in the center of the farm. Or he tried to. Stagger. Suddenly, his vision lowered. Confused, Raim soon realized he was kneeling on the ground, his legs having given out. "What's?" His stomach churned, and his vision swirled. Raim belatedly realized blood was pouring from his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth, collapsing in a gruesome pool of blood from every orifice. He ground his teeth. "I didn't even touch the wine you offered. What is this?" Such foolish talk. Raven, who had slowly approached Raim, tapped his mask with his fingertips. "If you were wary of my power, you shouldn't have even breathed in my presence. You monster! Hasn't it been hundreds of years since we first met face to face? Did you really think I hadn't planted a plague in your body by now?" Leaning down in front of the trembling Raim, "Worry not, king of the frost giants." Raven chuckled heavily, his voice filled with unmistakable mockery. "You're merely returning to the hell where your wife and children await. You vile, filthy, plague monster." Raim cursed Raven with his last breath, glaring at him. "Mark my words, the power of frost will not forgive you." Those were the last words of King Raim of the Frost Giants. The Frost Giant lay there, his body rigid and fallen. Though he wasn't dead, having been paralyzed by the toxin Raven introduced, he was now captured alive. And there's only one outcome for those captured alive by the Lord of the Plague. A field for a new plague to grow. Of quite a high quality, I must add. Becoming part of the farm, where seeds of plague are sown, nurtured, and harvested. A plague cultivated from the body of the Frost Giant King. Surely, it will yield a decay of remarkable flavor. Raven savored the sight of the Frost King's formidable body, already anticipating the new plague that would be born. Snap! With a flick of Raven's finger in the air, caw-caw, hundreds of crows swarmed in, grasping the body of the Frost King with their talons and began to move it. "The Frost Giant Legion has served well as my limbs for a long time, but now they part from my embrace. Which legion shall I enlist next? Raven clicked his tongue in disappointment. The Plague Legion didn't have forces in the conventional sense. Flies and crows, rats and bugs, living embodiments of the plague. These carriers he could control, but there were no subordinates with intelligence and will to move at his command. Because merely being near him for an extended time led to poisoning, nobody could withstand being at Raven's side for long. A one-man plague, a legion in himself, a plague in himself. That was Raven, master of the plague. That's why the Plague Legion always suffered from a manpower shortage. Even with Raven creating duplicates of himself, there were clear limits. Hence, Raven always formed alliances with other legions and enlisted subordinates in this manner. But the werewolf and succubus legions he had allied with were annihilated. Now, even the long-serving Frost Giant Legion had broken away. The remnants of the werewolves and frost giants will all be used as fields for the new plague. Raven clicked his tongue again. But the succubus legion, which I was most looking forward to, still eludes capture. What form would a plague cultivated from the physical body of a mental being like a succubus take? As a researcher and seeker, Raven was always curious about this. However, the succubus legion was decimated by the human players on a whim, and now Salome, the only remaining sample, was frequently eluding capture. Despite dispatching various minor legions under his command to capture the lone succubus, she cleverly escaped each time. When he sent the Frost Giant Legion, instead, they were the ones annihilated. Anyway, as a monster, your legion is beyond recovery, Salome. Heading deeper into the farm, Raven muttered softly. Then, wouldn't it be better to serve as nourishment for my research? To Raven, comrades were just that. Beings too weak to stay by his side for long without being poisoned to death. Then, wouldn't it be better to use them as fields to conceive a new plague? Thus reborn into a never-before-seen plague, they would inhabit Raven's body and eternal companionship. This, Raven sincerely believed, was true camaraderie. Having moved King Raim's body to an appropriate location, Raven sowed the seeds of decay into the frost giant's body, so genuinely delighted that a hum escaped from under his crow mask. Having completed his task, Raven, with a reverent gesture, wiped his hands and headed towards a warehouse on one side of the farm. On the day a new plague is sown in the body of the Frost King, it's only fitting to celebrate with a drink. Despite being the master of a plague rotting the world with his power of decay, he was a true connoisseur when it came to alcohol. Fruits and grains were stored cleanly, not using the power of decay, and the joy in his life was to ferment and age them with time and care. There were some freshly harvested immortal peaches. Paired with the peach wine I brewed last year, it will be exceptional. Thrilled with the small joy of ending his day, Raven opened the warehouse door. Raven sensed something amiss. It was gone. In the deepest part of the fruit warehouse, where only the rarest and top-quality fruits were collected, Raven's cherished collection was completely gone. What? Raven let out a perplexed groan, staring at the empty shelves. The immortal peach, a fruit that grew by absorbing magic power. Among them, the Pantau peach, which only ripens once every 3,000 years, even rarer than any elixir, was nowhere to be found. And not just that. All the other precious magical fruits that Raven had painstakingly harvested over many years, stored in the best condition with dozens of preservation spells, and which he hesitated to even eat or brew into alcohol, merely admiring them. Gone. Completely cleaned out. Who on earth? Raven's shoulders trembled violently with emotion. Which audacious madman dared to sneak into the deepest part of this plague master's farm and steal? There had been many instances of theft in the farm. Most monsters of the Lake Kingdom were driven by greed. But never had someone selectively stolen only the most precious items. This was the first time since his resurrection in the Lake Kingdom that he felt such rage. Unable to control his power of decay, poisonous energy boiled over from Raven's entire body. The other fruits and grains stored in the warehouse rotted away completely. I will kill them. Whoever stole my possessions. Those who coveted them. All of them. Raven's voice, filled with rage and despair, echoed loudly. I will find them all and kill them. On the path from Zone 10 to Zone 9. Mason was scouting at the very front, and Salome was likewise keeping an eye on the surroundings from the rear. And I, crunch, was eating a fruit Salome had acquired yesterday. I do need to eat to live, after all. Mason and Salome don't seem to need much in the way of supplies, but I need food to keep moving, especially since today we're entering Zone 9. Unlike the calm atmosphere of the final Zone 10, Zone 9 is an absolute hellish battlefield. Supplies are crucial as real battles will start. Crunch. Biting into a peach, my eyes widened in surprise. Wow, what's with this peach? It's really good. Tastes good, right? Haha, I did have a bit of trouble sneaking around for it. Salome boasted from behind. But it wasn't just empty praise. It was genuinely delicious. Maybe slightly better than canned peaches from Earth? But remember, Earth's fruits are top-notch, improved by generations of scholars through breeding. Isn't it a huge compliment to say a fruit from this fantasy world tastes better than Earth's? I wonder if it's just me, but I feel full of magic power now. After finishing one, I felt revitalized. I asked Salome, got many fruits left? Yep, brought loads of them. Don't worry about eating them all. I can just sneak into that farm again. Stealing crops that someone else has worked hard to grow is wrong. But well, it seems these were grown by a Monster Legion commander for his consumption. No need to feel too guilty, I guess. That's great. Thanks. It's delicious. Hee hee. Leave it to me. Salome, her nose in the air, proudly exclaimed, for you, I'd raid that farm until it's empty. I don't know who the farm owner is. I just hope they don't get too stressed out by our raids. And when we arrived at the place connecting Zone 10 and Zone 9, the Great Bridge, someone blocked our path as we attempted to cross the wide bridge. Chapter 395. The Great Bridge. As its name suggests, this wide bridge is the only path connecting Zone 10 and Zone 9 of the Lake Kingdom dungeon. Zone 10, the deepest part of the dungeon, was originally the residence of the Lake Kingdom's royal family. That's why they dug a moat around it, making it distinct from other parts of the kingdom. Originally, it was a place heavily guarded by the kingdom's soldiers. But that was before the Lake Kingdom became what it is now. After turning into a dungeon, the dry riverbed merely supported a long, simple bridge. Hey there! Hey, pretty ones! Why don't you stop for us? Shadows blocked our path as we tried to cross the bridge. We've claimed this bridge. If you want to pass, you'll have to pay up. Kiki. Blocking our way were a male and female duo of thieves. Both had wildly unkempt white hair, making it difficult to see their faces clearly. The man's overgrown beard made him appear even more disheveled. The man wielded a rusty, chipped sword, and the woman, a halberd broken in half. I was momentarily at a loss for words. The familiar stench of robbery reminded me of Kuelin and his gang. They too had tried to extort money from me. Kuelin and his followers, initially raggedy when they first attacked me, were one thing, but these two were on another level. Even from a distance, their stench was overwhelming. The eyes visible through their long eyebrows and hair were bloodshot red, and their yellow teeth were sparsely arranged. Two mad beggars attempting robbery. With such distinctive appearances, they can't go unrecognized. I broke out in a cold sweat as I identified them. One of the worst hostile NPC groups one could encounter in the game. The two-person robber gang, Desperation Homeward Band. Meeting of those yearning for home after being stranded might be the literal meaning, but players simply called them Damn Doomed Band because they were such a nuisance. They randomly appeared inside the dungeon, always picking a fight regardless of our numbers. The pretexts varied, but the outcome was always the same. Don't be so scared. We're reasonable people, we do fair business. So, just hand over half of your total wealth and be on your way. Half of my total wealth. But in the game, the judgment was absurd. It took half the wealth not of the character encountered, but of the player's assets in the city, leading to a disastrous outcome. I was just trying to clear the dungeon. And suddenly, this duo of NPC thieves starts a fight and takes half of my assets in the city. What kind of nonsense is that? But overpowering them wasn't easy, as the combat strength of this duo was ridiculously high. A mediocre party would likely face total annihilation. Even an elite party might suffer severe injuries or, worse, lose a carefully nurtured character. Being robbed of half your assets or having your party decimated by an NPC encountered in a random encounter. This was one of the worst NPC events in the game, a dreadful either-or situation. But this isn't a game. This is reality. Half of what I have now. I'd gladly give it away. After all, I'm penniless right now. I quickly rummaged through my pockets. Mason, Salome, open your pockets too. Let's just give them what we have and leave. Understood. Really? I mean, I'm a Legion commander, and now I'm getting robbed by highway thieves. In front of a sword, what use is being a Legion commander or an emperor? Preserving life is the priority. We have nothing to lose anyway, so let's just get robbed and move on. Mason was the first to empty his pockets? Clatter. Only a jumble of animal fur flew out in all directions. This guy, having visited the Demon King's lair, seems to have already been robbed of his possessions. The two highway robbers narrowed their eyes at Mason, who clearly had nothing. I quickly gestured to Salome. Salome. Aha! Salome earnestly rummaged through her pockets. But it looked like she too hadn't brought any actual valuables. Only the fruits she had stolen yesterday kept pouring out of her bag and pockets. Salome awkwardly held up a fruit and gave an uncomfortable smile. The fruits are delicious. Well, they are tasty, but as soon as it became clear that both of them were penniless, the robbers turned their eager eyes on me. Feeling the pressure of such expectant stares, I too diligently emptied my possessions. But my inventory is not working. All I had on me was a bottle of water I had scooped up from a fountain on the way. The two highway robbers searched us physically, incredulous. But, well, they can't rob what we don't have. Only dust flew around. The robbers looked at each other, shaking their heads. Never seen beggars worse off than us. And in such a high-level dungeon with no proper weapons, how do you even survive? How have you not died yet? I scratched the back of my head. Well, I happened to be stranded. I woke up in Zone 10, you see, so now I have to work my way back up to escape the dungeon. Right now I'm broke. That's what I intended to explain, but the robbers reacted first to the word stranded, their eyes burning red. Really? You see, we too were stranded. We didn't always live like this, but we got caught up in the damn collapse of the Lake Kingdom. Damn it. Seeing young folks like you crawling around this dungeon penniless, it doesn't feel like someone else's problem. Yeah, since it's fate, why don't you join our Desperation Homeward band? Well, there's a first for everything being invited to join a gang of robbers. But thankfully, it seemed we could pass without conflict. I was about to politely decline their offer when it happened. Trudge, trudge, trudge. Footsteps echoed from the other side of the bridge. Looking over, I saw a group of about 10 shadows approaching through the mist. I broke out in a cold sweat. Why are there so many roamers today? In such a high-level dungeon, the likelihood of these wanderers being friendly is incredibly low. But unlike my panic, the two highway robbers were thrilled. Oh my, what's this? We've only had flies buzzing around these past few days. And now suddenly it's bustling with guests. Honey. Got it, don't worry. I've got a knack for welcoming guests. The male robber excitedly hopped towards the other end of the bridge and bellowed. Hey, you fuckers. Stop right there, dash. What a way to greet guests. I watched, mouth agape at his remarkable welcoming skills, but the robber continued. We've seized this bridge. If you want to pass, you'll have to pay up. However, the newcomers didn't stop, approaching us slowly. My country has long been submerged in darkness and overrun by monsters. But now, even this great bridge has robbers? The leader of the group muttered somberly. A deplorable state of affairs indeed. Wait a minute. This distinctive deep voice, the white smiling mask, and the jester's attire, it was someone I knew well. I called out his name. Crown? H.M.? Ash. Indeed, it was the Pied Piper, Crown, one of Lake Kingdom's hostile NPCs, and his faction, the self-proclaimed last remnants of the Lake Kingdom, the Nightcrawlers. All of them wore their characteristic white smiling masks. Long time no see. Crown was unmistakably taken aback by my sudden appearance. Even under his smiling mask, it was evident he was blinking in surprise. And Salome too? Hi, Crown. Salome waved cheerfully at Crown. They seemed to know each other. Why are you all together? And with those robbers here of all places? Crown's voice was full of disbelief. Well, it was a situation beyond my control. Can you stop looking at me like I'm crazy? Well, whatever. After a short sigh, Crown pointed to Mason beside me. That half-beast there. We've been searching the area for him. He was referring to Mason. He attacked and fled from the demon guards in front of the royal palace. Not that I care whether the demon guards live or die, but shedding blood in front of the palace is a grave offense. Hand him over immediately. He must be summarily judged and reported to the King of Kings. I turned to look at Mason. Still enchanted by Salome, he was in a daze. Suddenly, memories of my time with Mason came flooding back. All the moments we shared. I don't have any good memories with this guy? No, only bad ones, right? I was ready to hand Mason over to Crown. Take him. We don't really need him. And make sure you hurt him a lot when you kill him. However, the two highway robbers blocked Crown's path. Hey! Have your eyes gone bad lurking in the dark? Don't you see us? Who are you to snatch away our guests, you double-crossing bastard? What did you say? Even in the depths of hell, shouldn't there be some decency among those struggling to survive? Some decency. If you keep this up, you'll die and go to hell. This kind of conversation is happening in the heart of hell. Crown, bewildered, shook his head and then flicked his hand. Immediately, his 10 or so Nightcrawler subordinates prepared for battle. The two highway robbers also raised their weapons, unfazed by the odds. Oh ho! Showing your true colors, brazen thieves. Thought you could overpower us with numbers, eh? Big mistake. We may be old, but we have the advantage on this bridge. Know why? Because we are an old bridge? Exactly. Kiki, honey, do you know what my favorite kind of money is? What? It's grand money. That means you, my dear. You old fool, what nonsense. TL note. I will explain it at the end of the chapter. It's basically just puns, but they can't be translated for obvious reasons. They really seem crazy. Their sense of humor is as hellish as this situation. It's baffling to hear jokes in such a context, and the jokes themselves are even more absurd. Even in the 80s, people wouldn't crack jokes like these. Does staying too long in such a high-level dungeon drive you mad like this? Unable to keep up with the two robbers' banter, I looked away, only to see Crown, desperately trying to hold back laughter. In this crazy world, why are you laughing at such a pun? Crown, aren't you a court jester? Is this the level of court humor? I'm disappointed in you, Crown. Then I saw Mason, who was still under the charm spell, trembling and trying to hold back laughter. Do you find that funny too? Am I the weird one here? Salome, who had been blankly standing behind us, tilted her head in confusion. What does that mean? I don't get it. You don't need to understand. Just stay quiet. Forget the dad jokes. At that moment, the Nightcrawler squad and the two highway robbers were facing off against each other. Suddenly, a disturbance arose behind us. Flies and rats, crows and bugs, all sorts of grotesque and dark creatures appeared from all around, swarming and coalescing. They took on humanoid forms and eventually merged into a tall man. A black coat and top hat, and a white crow mask with a long beak, like a medieval plague doctor. The Legion commander of the Plague Legion, Raven, had revealed himself here. Raven growled fiercely in his characteristic deep voice. So it was you who stole my fruits, Salome. The owner of the farm cultivating those fruits was you, Raven? Salome, who had just taken out fruits from her pocket and laid them around her, was caught red-handed. Hick! Salome, starting to hiccup, hastily spoke up. Wait, Raven, I'll pay you back later. Just. Your life will be the price. I'll take you to my farm right away and use you as a field for my new plague dash. Who the hell is this? The male highway robber dashed like lightning and swung his sword down. Whoosh dash. Raven's body was split in two. Of course, the sliced part immediately filled back with insects and crows, but Raven retreated in surprise. What is this? It's hard enough to make a living, and now this shit. They're running amok in our workspace. You bastards. You're messing with the wrong guy. Flash. Now the female highway robber, who had been facing off against the nightcrawlers, swung her halberd fiercely. A huge gash appeared on the bridge. The nightcrawler squad, panicked, quickly retreated. My eyes are bloodshot too. We caught these guests first. So, whether we roast or boil them is our business. The two highway robbers, each facing Raven and the nightcrawler squad, brandished their weapons and shouted simultaneously, "Get the hell out of here!" And so, with us in the middle of the bridge, on either side stood the mad highway robbers, and at each end of the bridge were Raven and the nightcrawler squad, each facing off against each other. Salome, awkwardly smiling as she hurriedly picked up and pocketed the fruits, said, "We're really popular, aren't we?" No, I don't need this kind of popularity. The joke is a play on words in Korean, involving puns and homophones that are specific to the language. I will try to explain the best I can. Question mark. The word in Korean means outdated or old-fashioned, but it can be literally broken down into old and bridge. The joke is that they are old and on a bridge, making them in a literal and figurative sense. The word means grandmother in Korean. However, in this context, it's being used as a pun for the money I like the most. The joke is that the word for grandmother sounds like the money, and he's playfully saying that his favorite money is his wife, the grandmother. These are not your typical dad jokes. They are your granddad's jokes. Chapter 396. Whistling. A dry wind blows over the bridge. Legion Commander Raven of the Plague Legion, Crown and his riffraff, and the two highway robbers. These three forces are targeting us, and we're caught in the middle. As I cautiously observed each of the armed forces, I slowly began to speak. Since we can't stay like this forever, let's try to sort this out. First, Crown. You just want Mason, right? I turned to look at Raven behind me. And Raven, you just want Salome, don't you? If each party takes who they want, wouldn't that be a happy ending for everyone? Me? They'll just continue on my way alone. Salome was horrified at my words. Wait a minute. Ash, are you going to abandon me? Yes. You're going to hand over your precious soulmate to the enemy and escape like a tailless lizard? Yes. Since when were we soulmates? Let's just part ways here. Of course, your destination might be the grave, but that's another story. I thought it was a rational proposal, but Crown responded with a cold tone. No, Ash. I will take you too. Excuse me? I've overlooked your disturbances in the darkness of this place because the King of Kings hadn't ordered otherwise. But I can't ignore your intrusion into this deepest part. You'll be brought to the King of Kings immediately. Raven's reaction was no different. You think I would just watch as the king of the opposing faction stands right before me? Ash, he'll turn you into a puddle of blood. Along with Salome, I'll bury you in my farm. Then Crown and Raven started arguing over who would take me. I am the King of Kings, Inspector. Ash is mine to take. Nonsense. I too am a direct vassal and ally of the King of Kings. I have higher authority. He's mine. I don't need this kind of popularity, really. Everyone's too greedy. Negotiating with these two forces seemed impossible. Sighing, I finally turned to my last negotiation partner. the two highway robbers. Great sirs. I addressed them respectfully. I'm actually very wealthy. Despite appearances, I wield considerable power in the upper world. You may not know, but I'm the prince of a nation called Everblack. To their dubious looks, I got straight to the point. If you help me escape to the surface, I'll give you half of my wealth. Exactly what these robbers were demanding. Half of my total wealth, I'll give it away. What's a few gold coins compared to escaping this hell and returning to the surface? The wild eyes of the two elders shone as they glanced at each other. Then they turned their attention back to me. How can we believe that? Everyone in the Nightmare Legion and the Lake Kingdom's last forces are this obsessed with me. Doesn't that prove my importance? Salome, from behind me, nodded vigorously. Ah, she's a Legion commander too. I looked around and shrugged. It seems like business hasn't been going too well for you anyway. Why not make a big score and retire to a comfortable life? The two elders whispered to each other and then pulled out a yellowed, worn piece of parchment and handed it to me. Write a contract. Excuse me? Stamp it with your seal. Write 2 identical ones and we'll each keep one. Sounds fair, right? Unexpectedly thorough for their appearance. The cooperation agreement was quickly drafted. The gist of it was, the Desperation Homeward Band will assist Ash until his escape from the dungeon. In return, Ash will pay half of his wealth to the band upon his escape. Anyway, somehow or another, a team was formed. 5-member party complete. Human Commander Ash. Succubus Legion Commander Salome. Half-human, half-beast Special Operative Mason. Desperation Homeward Band Sword Demon and Spear Demon. A bizarre team, perhaps lacking in traditional standards, but numerically complete. Meanwhile, Raven and Crown, who had been arguing over my custody, had also finished their discussion. I will kill you, Crown. Ha! Didn't you say that last time, Plague Lord? Their discussion apparently hadn't ended positively. I held back my power so far because I wanted to use Salome as a breeding ground for my new plague, to keep her uncontaminated. Raven's voice was hoarse and dreadful as he spread his hands wide. But no longer. Let all of you be swept away by the wave of the epidemic. Raven's coat fluttered, and a horrible energy erupted from within. Whoosh! This was different from before. Previously, I had encountered Raven's clone, not his real body, and what the clone emitted was not a real plague but a phantom pain. An illusory affliction. But this was the real Raven. And what he emitted was a real plague. Curse him. Just as dreadful here as in the game. Green mist gathered around Raven, emitting a foul odor, and spread in all directions. The first pattern he always starts with is this poisonous mist, dealing damage. I have to fight him on this field, where health is gradually reduced. I clicked my tongue, recalling the variety of plague patterns he might deploy next. Whoosh! That's when it happened. The green mist covering the bridge, for some reason, didn't come near me but stopped around a 5-meter radius. Huh? What's this? Why did Raven's toxic mist not affect me? I blinked in confusion. Did I have such a special ability? You? Raven was just as baffled. He tried to deploy another plague. Let's decay. Swoosh! From his cloak, a horde of night creatures, bats, crows, and insects cascaded out, sweeping over the bridge. Yet, these carriers of the plague also avoided a 5-meter radius around me. What? Why? People began to gather around me in confusion. Our hastily formed 5-member party, as well as Crown and his Nightcrawler squad, awkwardly joined me. Excuse me. I'll step aside for a moment. Whispers fluttered around, like people sharing an umbrella during a sudden downpour at a bus stop. While the entire bridge was engulfed in the plague, my surroundings remained calm. What an anomaly. Could it be you? Raven then twitched his shoulders and asked hesitantly, Did you eat it? The Pantau? Pantau? What's that? My farm's supreme peach that you stole. Ah, That peach that was a bit tastier than canned ones. So its name was Pantao. Sounds like a peach variety like Baekdo or Huangdu. Yeah, ate it all. It was really tasty. Even for someone like me who's not fond of fruits, it was delicious enough to eat on the spot. It felt a bit like those peaches served as a fruit appetizer at the Hope Tavern. I wouldn't pay for them myself, cursing under my breath, but I can't deny they taste good when someone else orders them. It was subtly delicious in that way. Impossible! How dare you? That peach, that peach! Raven trembled violently. No way, I thought, even if it's a rare fruit, seeing a Legion commander tremble over a piece of fruit. It looks a bit pathetic. At that moment, Crown, who had been listening to our conversation, burst out laughing. Ash, the peach you ate is a treasured fruit, painstakingly grown on the royal farms of this place, infused with immense magic power. Oh, is it expensive? It's priceless. Did you know that the people of the Lake Kingdom researched immortality? A bitter smile played on Crown's lips. The royal family of the Lake Kingdom went to great lengths in pursuit of eternal life. They researched magic to extend life, developed methods to transfer souls into new bodies, and created various elixirs. Then it hit me. The curse bestowed upon all citizens of the Lake Kingdom, the curse of eternal life, the fundamental reason they have been suffering at the bottom of this lake for centuries. Could this curse of eternal life also be a consequence of their pursuit of immortality? The peach you ate was a byproduct of the development of the elixir of immortality. It didn't grant immortality, but instead, it made the consumer invulnerable to all diseases. Aha! So, does it mean it grants resistance to poison attacks? I thought it was just one of the many elixirs developed back then, but who knew it could effectively block Raven's plague like this? I didn't know either. Amazed by Crown's words, I looked around. The toxic aura still couldn't come near me. To think it could easily counter the Legion commander's pattern like this. Thank you, Magic Peach. Hey he! Praise me. Salome, who had preserved that peach, gestured frantically for praise, but I ignored her and grinned slyly at Raven. Master of the Plague, this is unfortunate for you. Your attack patterns are twofold. First, the real plague spread by your main body. Second, the illusions spread by your duplicates. I strode confidently towards Raven. As I moved, the others closely followed, and Raven stepped back hesitantly. But the real plague is nullified by your precious peach, and the illusions are mental attacks, which my abilities can easily counter. Coup? It seems I've become your natural predator, haven't I? Raven muttered fiercely, trembling. Don't be arrogant, human. My plague constantly evolves. This invulnerability you've luckily gained. I'll surely break through it. Then, with a swish of his cloak, next time, I will get you. With a Klitsch villain's exit line, he disappeared, transforming into a flock of crows or rats, just like when he arrived. I snorted. Well, it's true I lucked out with an elixir, but the strategy to counter the Plague Legion in the game is a fact in my possession. Even without this peach, I could have taken you down, buddy. Praise. Hurry. Ignoring the clinging Salome, I turned around, only to find SSSHH. Crown and the Nightcrawler squad members had quietly distanced themselves from us and were now aiming their weapons at us. I clicked my tongue. Great. Just when I thought I'd avoided the storm. Thanks to you, Ash. Dodging the Plague Master's attacks was a breeze. But that's one thing, and this is another. Crown chuckled and raised his hand. Has our score been 1-1 until now? This is the third round. A good time to settle the score, don't you think? Bullshit. You guys have an endless supply of life coins. Even if I win this time, won't you just come back for a fourth round? Haha, that won't happen. Because that's when it happened. Thud, thud, thud. From across the bridge, dozens of Nightcrawler squad members appeared. Crown gestured towards them. The battle will end here. I was dumbfounded by the number of them filling the other side of the bridge. The Plague Legion Raven is a boss monster that relies on gimmicks. If you can counter his core pattern, you can somehow clear it even with a lower level and fewer numbers on our side. But these Nightcrawler bastards are relentlessly pushing with sheer numbers. Each one of them is an NPC with a hero character status. Dozens of them approached on the dimly lit bridge, pulling out their weapons while wearing white smiling masks. I gritted my teeth and glared at them. How to break through these bastards? Tap, tap. Then someone tapped on my shoulder. Turning towards them, I saw the two robbers who had joined my party this time, Sword Demon and Spear Demon. With their sparse yellow teeth flashing a mad grin, the two lunatics said to me, "Let's bolt." Eh? Where to? Where else? Pointing to the pitch-black abyss below the bridge, the two lunatics boldly declared, "To the bottom." Chapter 397. We jumped off the bridge. Well, more accurately, we were thrown off. The crazy duo of highway robbers grabbed me by the scruff of my neck and tossed me over the edge of the bridge. Damn you crazies! As I fell, I saw Crown and the Nightcrawler squad members looking down from the bridge with pitiful eyes, as if watching a suicide. Well, it's not much different, is it? Whoa! Somebody save me! I screamed helplessly as I plummeted. Then Salome, falling behind me, reached out her hand. "Ash, grab my hand." Desperately, I grabbed her hand, a glimmer of hope crossing my face. "Thanks, Salome. I heard even a caterpillar can crawl, but you can fly." "No, I can't fly." "What?" "Huh." A few seconds later. "Ah, save the succubus." Salome was now clinging to my back, screaming hysterically, tears and snot running down her face. "Please, can someone take this caterpillar off me?" It was pitch black below the bridge, making it impossible to guess how much further we had to fall. Grinding my teeth, I desperately looked around. Is there anything? Any miraculous way to survive this free fall? No, doesn't seem like it. We're screwed. Seriously screwed. Ash, even so. Salome, sobbing behind me, looked at me with tearful eyes. "I'm glad my life's last moments are with you." Hick. "Ah, get off me." I shoved Salami's face away. What is this weird mood in such a situation? Shouldn't you be thinking about how to survive instead? That's when it happened. Be quiet, guests. Stop screaming. Whir. A long rope, wriggling like a snake, flew towards us, wrapping around our bodies and then pulled back to its thrower. It was the two highway robbers, Sword Demon and Spear Demon, who were also falling with us. Apparently, tossing us off the bridge wasn't entirely unplanned. Huff! Hiya! The two elders skillfully lassoed Mason, Salome, and me with the rope. Then they thrust their weapons to the side, planting them into something nearby. Swoosh! The cliff, previously hidden by fog in the darkness, now came into view. The two elders, adept as if they had done this many times, securely lodged their weapons and slowed our fall. Despite the added weight of 3 people, they slid down the cliff face with ease and composure. True to the most formidable and worst NPCs, their level of strength was extraordinary. I marveled at their feat. Gliding down the wall, slowing our descent, the two elders kicked off the cliff and leaped into the air. Thud! Landing safely on the ground. They even managed to catch and gently place us down one by one. Impressive after service. Phew! My legs are shaking. It wasn't bungee jumping, but a near-death experience, so my legs were trembling. Salome couldn't stand and just collapsed on the ground, and Mason also crumpled. In front of us, Sword Demon and Spear Demon grinned, their yellow teeth gleaming. There. The short trip is over. Welcome to our neighborhood. Your neighborhood, you say? Trailing off, I looked around and then noticed. Below in this deep valley, amidst the dense darkness, lay a shabby village. Houses made of junk and trash left me speechless. A village here, of all places? Pointing at the houses, Sword Demon and Spear Demon spread their arms wide. Welcome to Rock Bottom. the lowest, most dreadful place in this hell. Falling into the deepest part of the dungeon alone, I thought I had hit rock bottom in my life. But no, there's always a deeper bottom beneath the bottom. What is this place? I muttered unintentionally as I entered the hidden NPC residence. Rock bottom. This village, accessible through a gap between zones 10 and 9 if you fall, seemed to be constructed from the garbage that had fallen from above. A village of garbage, built on a mountain of trash. And, astonishingly, people were actually living here. Sinister eyes glittered from between mounds of garbage throughout the village. The NPCs, all in beggarly attire, watched us, the visitors, with wary eyes. Although there are NPC residences scattered throughout the dungeon, this was my first time entering one, and I hadn't even known of this village's existence in the game. Don't worry too much, they're all good people here. Exactly. They're just a bit crazy, but their hearts are pure. People are pure. P-pure. TL note, more puns. Kakik. The two elders, leading the way, chuckled as they guided us. Other NPCs looked at us, licking their lips, sharpening rusty knives on the ground, or making throat-slitting gestures when our eyes met. They're good people, right? Right? Soon we arrived at the house of the two elders. It was the largest house in the center of this garbage village, with a spacious yard and a surprisingly sturdy structure. The elders gestured for us to sit on the weathered wooden porch. Wait a few days to get out. You can stay here until then. Make yourself at home. We have plenty of rooms. I looked around the house and then gazed upward. High cliffs loomed beyond the vast darkness. It would take a long trek up these cliffs to reach the urban areas of Lake Kingdom, and even longer to find the dungeon's entrance. How exactly do we climb back up from here? Is there a way to escape the dungeon? How on earth are we supposed to traverse that lengthy path? Besides, I wanted to return as soon as possible, so why wait for days? I was highly skeptical. Sword Demon and Spear Demon clicked their tongues and began to explain. In Lake Kingdom, there's a time known as flooding that comes every few days to weeks. Flooding? It's when the monsters of a certain legion overflow in the dungeon and eventually spill out. They pointed to one side of the village. Heavy black rain pours, filling the city's streets and overflowing. Following their hand, I saw the cliff next to the village. A large sewer was connected to the cliff. Currently, it was bone dry. When it rains, that area becomes full. We launch a boat and follow the overflowing water through the sewer and out. A thought flashed in my mind. I asked in surprise, does it connect all the way to Zone 1? The dried sewer? Yeah, you've heard of it? Right. Straight through to there. In Lake Kingdom Dungeon, there are paths known as shortcuts throughout. They allow players to skip lengthy battles and quickly reach their target areas, making them popular among gamers. The Path of the Overlord I used from the base camp to the Blazing Coliseum was also one such shortcut. And there was a legend or urban myth among players. A rumor about a shortcut that would take you from the early zones straight to the deepest part in one go. But no player had ever actually found this rumored shortcut, and here I was about to verify it myself. So, under specific conditions like the flooding, there's a shortcut from this deepest part directly to Zone 1's the dried sewer. Amazed, I received confirming nods from the two elders. It's endless if you walk from here to the entrance of Lake Kingdom, but if you leave by boat during the flooding, it's almost instant. So don't be hasty and wait a few days. We'll comfortably take you to the entrance of Lake Kingdom. Then they pointed their index fingers at me. When you leave, make sure to bring enough money. Got it. Half of your total wealth, half. Don't worry about the money. They'll make sure to compensate you generously. Just ensure my safe escape. Pleased with my response, the two highway robbers smiled contentedly. Hee, money? Gold coins. Money. Grand money. TL note. Ugh. There he goes again, that old man. Watching the two lunatics cackle among themselves, I suddenly wondered, in such a place, what's the point of collecting money through robbery? According to the elders, the next flooding should occur within a week at most. We decided to leave by boat through the sewer at that time. In other words, until then, all we could do was wait. Waiting for a whole week. Sitting in front of the dried-up sewer, I picked up a stone and threw it into the sewer. The dry echo of the stone hitting the bottom resonated back. Thud, thud. Everyone in Crossroad must be waiting. I wanted to return to Crossroad as soon as possible. The more I tried to return, the further away it seemed. And this flooding means monsters from the dungeon spilling out. In other words, a defensive battle will be happening on the surface. Defending in my absence. Lucas is reliable as a commander and my allies are strong enough, but with the fortifications still not fully repaired, I wondered if they could properly defend in this chaotic situation. Were they all thrown into confusion and worry because of my sudden disappearance? My concerns spiraled. I longed to return. But even if I managed to return, what then? Would it just be a repeat of choosing tactics that sacrifice prisoners, and my allies trying to stop me? Going through defensive battles, possibly losing another ally. Would it be just another fight in the endless journey ahead? Feeling overwhelmed by the daunting path before me, I hugged my knees to my chest. Ash, what's wrong? Just then, Salome walked up behind me, her footsteps light. Startled, I turned to look at her. Seeing my face, Salome, aha, seemed to realize something, her eyes narrowing into a smile. I felt annoyed and furrowed my brows. What? Why are you laughing? I can tell just by looking at faces. Tell what? That you want to run away. The ones who surrendered to our legion always had that look. A desire to turn away from the harsh, painful reality. It shows on the face. Salome whispered in my ear, her voice sweet as if not of this world. Just say the word, and I'll let you escape. Into a perfect, blissful dream where there are no unpleasant things. As she said this, Salome stretched her arms around my neck. Whoosh! I pushed her away with my hand. Wah! I told you when we first met, didn't I, you succubus? I gritted my teeth. As if a mere dream could satisfy me, I'm here to fight for and seize what I want, not for self-satisfaction in fantasies. I remember the conversation I had with Ader when I first met him. You have a wish you want to fulfill, right? Something more precious than money. I can make that dream come true. As long as that dream is still in your heart, it's not a failure. Yes, I'm struggling in another world, risking my life to achieve my own wish. I will fulfill my wish with my own efforts, in my own reality. It's painful and terrible, but if it were something to give up on so easily, I wouldn't have started in the first place. So stop talking about escaping, and stay away from me for about a week. I don't want to associate with you. Salome, with a pouty lip, looked at me as if she was offended and then slowly opened her mouth. Your wish? Are you sure it's really yours? What? What is she talking about? Confused, I turned to look at her, and Salome was grinning just as before, her eyes narrowed. It wasn't the smile of the fool she had shown me so far. When I pulled you out of the spirit realm, I saw your dream, Ash. I thoroughly delved into your past, into the very depths of your soul. It was the smile of the succubi queen, the daughter of the dream demon, a dangerously charming smile that a great seductress might wear. Are you Ash? Or are you the retro addict? Or maybe the player? The tyrant? A monster? While probing my deepest concerns, Salome whispered, how can you be certain about your wish without a clear definition of who you are? If the essence changes, the purpose is distorted. If you are no longer you, can your wish remain intact? As I stood frozen, unable to move, now ask yourself again, what do you truly wish for? Who do you really want to be? What do you really want to do? With a cunning and seductive smile, Salome asked, who are you truly? Chapter 398. Who are you, really? If you can't define that clearly, there's no reason to bother leaving this place and going outside. Your own purpose, your definition, your wishes, they'll all crumble like a mirage. Salome shrugged her shoulders and spun around. Even if you struggle to the surface, all you'll find outside is suffering. Instead, come to me. At least I can give you a happy dream." Salome laughed merrily as she walked away. Falling to the bottom together, perhaps plummeting to the very end, might not be such a bad conclusion, don't you think? "I'll be waiting, forever and always." Leaving behind a faint laugh, Salome disappeared. I glared in that direction and snorted. Salome's offer was nothing but nonsense, not worth listening to. However, it was true that she had read my memories. She knew exactly what I was pondering. I was afraid of the long path ahead of me, the heavy burden I had to carry. The remaining battles would be numerous and brutal, and I would have to continue carrying the deaths of my comrades and subordinates, just like I had been doing, or perhaps even more so. Ugh! When I was on the path, burdened, I could somehow keep going out of inertia. But now, pushed off the path and fallen, I couldn't muster the courage to stand up again. Can I do it again? Can I make it to the end? Is this really your wish? Was what I was trying to accomplish at the end of this long path truly what I desired? Just maybe, if Salome was right and that wish was different from what I now desire. If I give up on that wish, maybe I don't need to fight so hard? Breaking the flag is very hard at first, but after the first time it becomes too easy. Because it's already broken. That's when it happened. The words of the fairy queen sculled echoed softly in my mind. Once you start compromising, you'll keep bending endlessly. In the end, you'll live lying down. Just like me. Clenching my teeth, I picked up another stone from the ground and threw it again towards the sewer. Thwack! The wildly misaimed stone didn't even enter the sewer but bounced off outside. Damn it, I cursed under my breath. Zone 10, the farm. I need it. Walking through his territory, the Plague Legion commander Raven growled in a boiling voice. A stronger poison. A more lethal plague. I need it. Just half a day ago, this place, once lushly nurtured by its master's hands, had turned into a living hell. Fruit trees bearing fruit, grain drooping ears, young livestock growing in the barns. All were dying and rotting away. The poison and plague unleashed by Raven devoured his farm like a swarm of locusts. But even as his farm disappeared without even leaving ruins, Raven did not stop. It's not enough, this isn't enough. This won't do. Raven halted in front of the field where he had sown the seeds of the plague. The formidable warriors of various races he had captured were rotting alive, each becoming a different breeding ground for plagues. SSSS. Raven extended his hand and absorbed all the plagues. But I need more. It wasn't enough. Nowhere near enough. This wasn't enough. A stronger curse, a more potent insult was needed. Raven screamed in agony. To kill him, I need more. The Plague Legion is incredibly powerful when facing many opponents. The actual plague spewed by Raven's body, and the illusions created by his clones. Without a moment to distinguish between reality and illusion, the spreading pain was most effective against large legions. Death spread, fear intensified, and the few survivors who made it out of that hell would go on to infect others with the plague. An endless chain of despair. Among all the hellish forces resurrected in the Lake Kingdom, none were as powerful against the masses as the Plague Legion. But its weakness was clear. Whether it was plague or illusion, it couldn't instantly end the lives of its victims. It could inflict prolonged suffering and agony, but it couldn't immediately lead to death. Therefore, it was vulnerable against the strong elite who could endure the plague. Even during his lifetime, Raven struggled against a few elite superhumans. Those who were infected with the plague yet charged forward, sustaining themselves on potions or healing magic, often pushed Raven to the brink, turning into mere puddles of blood, but frequently threatening his life. After repeated incidents like this, Raven was eventually defeated in his lifetime by a single human. Originally a doctor from the Lake Kingdom, Raven was exiled from the kingdom at the end of his corrupt research and became a plague himself, sweeping across the world. He arrogantly invaded his homeland, intending to show those haughty magicians who had once scorned him. And he was stopped by a single magician. This magician, at the time, was the head of a research institute in the Lake Kingdom, leading the development of an all-curing elixir called Pantao. After consuming an experimental version of Pantao, he stood alone against Raven. And before him, Raven crumbled. None of his poisons, plagues, or curses could penetrate the blessing that surrounded that human. Raven, who had decayed and killed countless lives across the continent, was unable to overcome a single human and was extinguished. How grievous! How grievous! How grievous! How grievous! Recalling that moment, tears of poison streamed down Raven's eyes. And as time passed, Raven was resurrected in the darkness of the Lake Kingdom. The revived Raven first scouted the production route of the elixir and found the farm. It was already in ruins, but various precious elixirs lay dormant. Raven restored the farm. If he could recultivate the elixir that had defeated him from the beginning, then it might be possible to find a way to overcome that immunity. Thus, Raven tended the old elixirs and harvested new plagues, operating this farm. But what use were those cursed centuries? Raven's plague still couldn't penetrate a mere peach, developed by the Lake Kingdom's finest scholars and magicians after extensive research, and absurdly, that peach was stolen, making yet another human invincible. It cannot be in vain. Despite harvesting all life and plagues from the farm, Raven still felt thirst and muttered, "It cannot be in vain, it cannot be in vain, it cannot be in vain. I, the master of this plague, can't possibly fail to overcome the research of magicians who perished centuries ago. I will show them that the corrupted will of a single individual can crush the so-called noble collective intelligence. That the flames burning the world always start from a single match. I will prove it," to cover the entire world with his plague. So Raven decided to gamble. He raised his hand high and then, whoosh, plunged it into his chest. He grasped his own core in his hand, and then, clang, shattered it into pieces with his will. Poof dash. Raven's body shattered into pieces in all directions. Ever since he became the master of the plague, his body, utterly decayed and crumbled, couldn't maintain its form. His body was nothing more than a collection of plague carriers centered around his core, artificially shaped by magic. And with the core shattered, all sorts of crows, bugs, rats, and mists that made up his body dispersed. Immediately after, these carriers converged again. They viciously devoured the shattered pieces of Raven's core. It was the core of a being that was once considered one of the greatest embodiments of evil in the world. His soul was mighty, and the creatures instinctively struggled to consume it. Eat. As his soul was gnawed away by countless bugs, Raven's thought murmured, "Eat, eat, eat, consume and disperse even further," with a voice growing ever weaker. "Through this, I shall transcend to the next stage." Eventually, Raven's voice faded away. His core vanished without a trace into the stomachs of the bugs. A dark, murky wave of abominations filled the area that once was the farm. Crows, bugs, rats, and mists swelled, burst, and began to multiply endlessly. And it's been days since I've been here at rock bottom. A day? 3 days? Or a week? Time blurs in a place like this. I've done nothing but throw stones at the sewer, aimlessly killing time for what feels like days. Hungry, I reached for one of the fruits Salome had previously scavenged. I locked eyes with one of the residents of this bottom-dweller village. A scruffy little kid, like most people in this village, with disheveled, dirty long hair and worn-out clothes. The kid was staring intently at the fruit in my hand. Ignoring and just eating it seemed too shameless even for me. I waved the fruit. "Want some?" "Nod." The kid nodded. I split the soft fruit into halves and tossed one to the kid. "Eat." Thump. The kid caught the thrown fruit and swallowed it in one bite. "Hey, chew it, will you? You might choke." "Got more?" the kid brazenly asked. I laughed, somewhat taken aback. "I do, but I can't just give it away for free. There's nothing of value to pay with in this village. It does seem that way. It looked like a village that could be used in a promotional campaign for some international famine relief organization, utterly impoverished. Giving up on receiving anything in return, I just tore the fruit into smaller pieces and tossed them one by one. The kids skillfully caught and ate them, surprisingly agile despite being so skinny. After feeding the kid a few more pieces of fruit, I decided to ask some questions. How do you survive in a place like this? Don't eat. What? Don't need to eat to live. Baffled by the kid's response, I blinked in confusion, and the kid elaborated. Everyone in our village is cursed with eternal life. Ah. Don't die if we don't eat, don't die if we don't sleep, don't die if we don't breathe. Just exist. Then, you mean you've been living here since the Lake Kingdom became like this? Yeah. The kid smirked. I might look like this, but I'm much older than you. You can call me older brother. Good grief. Stunned by this revelation, I stared blankly at the kid, no, the older brother kid, and then asked, if you're cursed with eternal life, are you all citizens of the Lake Kingdom?
No.
We're not citizens. The kid brother shrugged. We're slaves. The Lake Kingdom was structured in a three-tiered class system: royals, citizens, and slaves. A bitter smile crossed the kid brother's lips. Slaves aren't considered people. Since we're not people, we can't be citizens. We were called non-citizens. Non-citizens have no names, and without a name, you can't leave anything behind. The Lake Kingdom, a once great magical nation that perished 500 years ago. What kind of distorted structure did this place have? I swallowed hard. We lived outside the residential areas for citizens doing menial tasks. All the dirty work that the noble citizens couldn't handle was ours. Anyway, the inside of the Lake Kingdom was a nice place to live. People in our village also worked hard to get inside, to become human, to get a name. The kid brother said this, shrugging his shoulders. To get citizenship. Citizenship? It was the dream of non-citizens like us. There was talk that if you offered a huge amount of gold, they would elevate your status. So, we all worked hard together to save up money. With a dry laugh, the kid brother looked up. Now that we're here, it all seems so pointless. Still, the adults in the village are collecting money. Even after falling to this bottom, they clutch their gold coins dearly, stacking them carefully in the village treasury, believing that becoming human will let us escape this hell. Chewing on the last piece of fruit I handed him, the kid brother smirked. Meanwhile, those humans are all above, suffering in their nightmares. Chapter 399. Mason had long since broken free from Salami's enchantment. He was released from the enchantment when he fell from the bridge to this bottom village. As death loomed close, his instincts cast off the shackles binding his consciousness. However, Mason deliberately concealed the fact that he was no longer enchanted and faithfully followed Ash's orders. Hey, big guy, put some muscle into it. Such a big frame. Move it quickly and cheaply. Ash's order for Mason in this bottom village was to do as the two highwaymen of the Desperation Homeward Band, Sword Devil and Spear Devil, commanded. Thus, Sword Devil and Spear Devil were gleefully exploiting Mason. From cleaning around the village to repairing ruined houses, he was called for all sorts of heavy labor. Mason found these tasks tedious and troublesome, but he didn't show it and carried them all out. Perhaps it was because Mason was seen as a reliable and reticent worker. Sword Devil and Spear Devil led Mason to quietly dig up a secret vault buried in their house's yard. After unearthing the vault, Mason carried it on his back and headed towards the corner of the village. With every move, the sound of metal coins clinking echoed from inside the vault. Mason easily realized that the vault was filled with gold coins. Where were they moving this gold to? Mason soon found the answer. In a corner of the bottom village, there was a small well with shallow, black water. Inside the well, a pile of heavily rusted gold coins lay submerged.
Pourritin.
Into here, quickly. As instructed, Mason opened the vault and poured its contents. Frrrr. Splash! The gold coins, covered in the patina of age, bubbled as they sank into the well. With the vault emptied and the newly poured gold coins reaching the bottom of the well, Sword Devil and Spear Devil turned away without a second thought. Why? But Mason didn't understand. Why throw away gold coins you worked so hard to collect? It was the first time Mason had spoken since arriving in the village. Startled, Sword Devil and Spear Devil turned around, but soon answered with a snicker. Before the Lake Kingdom came to the state, all the villagers eagerly collected money. There was a rumor that if you gathered enough gold coins, you could buy citizenship. And then, well, that turned out to be a mere rumor. There was no such system. There was never a way for us, the non-citizens, to become citizens of the Lake Kingdom. Right after we, as a couple, learned this truth, the Lake Kingdom sank downward and perished. We became cursed, unable to live or die. Sword Devil and Spear Devil laughed together. Since then, with much hardship, we managed to gather the villagers again in this hellish pit. But what could we possibly do here? They knew all too well that even if they died and were reborn, they could never become citizens of the Lake Kingdom, and that the Lake Kingdom could never return to its former beauty. In a life where we can neither live nor die, we still need to remember the goal we had back when we still had the drive to dream and live, to gather money and enter paradise. Even knowing it was an unattainable goal from 500 years ago or now, even knowing it was a foolish and futile dream. Without such vain hopes, how could we possibly live in this hell? The body might live forever, but without a purpose to live, the mind, the soul, dies. So, the people here collected gold coins to survive, scouring the bottom of this hell, continuing out of sheer inertia. And to maintain that inertia, when enough gold coins are gathered, they throw them down here. The vault was emptied, and the people set out again with a new goal to fill it, surviving yet another day. Haha! Mason, who had just begun to understand the principle behind this bottom village's survival, let out a hollow laugh. Sword Devil and Spear Devil glanced at him. Do we amuse you? It must be hard for a living soul from the outside world to understand.
No.
Mason shook his head. I realized that this hell isn't so different from the outside world. Carrying the empty vault on his shoulder, Mason walked between the two elders. I learned to wield a sword to support my family. My parents and relatives were old and sick, and I was the only one in the family capable of doing a proper day's work. At first, it was enough to eat without starving. But as soon as we stopped going hungry, other problems erupted. Winter was cold in mere rags, and without a proper house, it was hard to sleep for fear of thieves. Clothes were needed. A house was needed. Thus, Mason easily fell into temptation. Instead of loyalty to the McGregor family, who taught him the sword, he started associating with others who filled his pockets right away. Just not starving wasn't enough to live as a person. So, I kept switching masters, looking for those who paid more. And then he met Fernandez. Like getting wet in a drizzle. By the time Mason realized it, he had completely become Fernandez's dog. But one day his master said something. That the world was doomed anyway. Everyone would die, but he would try to save the people within the imperial capital, New Terra. Fernandez had his own firm cause. Facing the end of the world, he wanted to save as many people as he could. He wanted to save at least those living in the imperial capital, New Terra. The problem was that Mason's family wasn't wealthy enough to live within the imperial capital. They lived in the suburbs, far from the capital. I hastily sold my family's house in the suburbs, but the money was not enough to move into and live within the imperial capital. Mason laughed bitterly. No matter how hard I tried, my family and I could never become people. So I went to my master, knelt down and begged. If he could make my family live within the imperial capital, turn us into people, I would do anything for him. Mason looked down at his hands, which had turned beastly. And this is what happened. He wanted to live like a human. For that simple purpose, he gave up being human. Betraying the family that taught him swordsmanship, arranging for the death of his benefactor, threatening his son with a sword, and ultimately, after being injected with serum, he degenerated into a beastly form. He spent his whole life striving to be human. But when he came to his senses, he had become something far from human. Mason laughed bitterly. Maybe living is like pouring gold coins into a dry well. To collect gold coins, they throw gold coins away. To live as humans, they give up being human. In the end, both gold and humanity lose their original value, and the process itself becomes the purpose, turning like a wheel. Chewing over this irony, Mason looked up as he arrived at the house of Sword Devil and Spear Devil. "I've heard a good story." There stood Ash right in front of him. Startled, Mason's shoulders tensed. Ash scratched his ear with his finger and then glared at Mason. "But you, when did you break free from the enchantment?" Mason laughed hollowly. "Caught red-handed. Mason and I were crouching together in front of the sewer. Even though he was freed from the enchantment, Mason showed no intention of harming me, and I likewise had no desire to deal with him. We sat side by side, silently killing time together. After a long silence, Mason, with his furry body, rummaged around and suddenly pulled out a pocket watch. I was startled. "Whoa, what? Where did you get that from? Wasn't it that nothing came out during the previous search? Where did he pull that from? Having a body like this, with twisted bone structure and fur, gives me many places to hide things." He then handed me the pocket watch. I recoiled, surprised. "You didn't keep it somewhere dirty, did you?" "It's precious to me. I kept it in a relatively clean place." "Relatively clean?" With a skeptical look, I took the pocket watch. Mason gestured for me to open it, so I flipped open the metal cover. Click. Inside were a plain pocket watch showing the time and a portrait of a woman on the cover. Mason's gaze at the portrait was filled with deep affection. "Who is this?" I asked cautiously. Could it be Mason's wife? His answer was somewhat unexpected. "My girlfriend." "Eh?" Considering Mason looked at least 50, I didn't expect him to say girlfriend instead of spouse. Chastising my own stereotypes, I awkwardly smiled. "You must have been together for a long time, keeping her portrait like this."
No.
"We've only been on about 5 dates. We haven't been together long." Cough. Clearing my throat, I asked carefully. "Still, she must be very special to you. How did you meet?" There was a time I had to attend a couple's party during a mission, and being a clumsy fool who had never held a woman's hand, I was in a fix. Then I found a service where you pay to have someone pretend to be your partner. And after that mission, we continued to meet, feeling good about each other. Paying? If I don't pay, she wouldn't meet me. What a fool, this man. This isn't a romantic relationship, but something darker. But Mason nodded seriously. Our feelings for each other are genuine, especially before I came down for this mission. Especially, we even held hands. You don't look it, but you're a real fool, sir. While it's okay if the participant is happy, this is too far beyond my imagination. I'm a fool too, but this man is much worse. I've spent my whole life supporting my family," Mason muttered, staring vacantly at the sewer on the other side. "I had no life of my own. Even before I left for this mission, I had to spend my last penny to move my family and relatives into the imperial capital. So, when I said I had no money this time and she didn't have to meet me, she came to see me off on the day I left, and she gave me that portrait. She told me to think of her when things get tough." Mason paused for a moment, then slowly continued. "Your Highness, I am going to die soon. Due to the excessive strain of forced beastification and the severe injuries I sustained on my way here, I won't last long. I probably won't see the light of the outside world again. So, if you happen to see that woman in the imperial capital, please return this portrait to her." Mason, his face now that of a beast, smiled awkwardly. A beautiful thing like this shouldn't rot away with someone like me. Why are you asking me to do this? Do we have some sort of good connection? You think I'd entertain such a bothersome request? Then Mason shrugged his shoulders. What can I do? Down here in this hell, you're the only person I can ask for a favor. I'm just desperately clutching at straws. I silently pocketed the pocket watch. Any message for Fernandez? None. Mason shook his head. I've completed my mission. His Highness Fernandez only asked me to deliver the message to the Demon King. If I don't return, he'll assume the Demon King has refused. His Highness Fernandez believed I would definitely succeed in the mission, and I did. Nothing more is needed. Silence ensued. As I glanced at the side profile of this furry bureaucrat, whose thoughts were inscrutable, I was about to say something more. Thud. Suddenly, something cold dropped on my cheek. I looked up. Mason also looked up. Thud. Plip-plop. Pitter-patter. Raindrops began to fall from the sky. This is... I extended my palm forward. The water collecting in my hand was black. Black rain. I quickly stood up. The water that had pooled on the ground was slowly flowing towards the sewer. I clenched my fist tightly. The time of overflow had come. It was time to return to the surface. Chapter 400. 5 months had passed since I started the Protect the Empire's Hell Ironman Challenge. The day after my 741st game ended in failure, accompanied by a stream of curse words, and I fell asleep as soon as I turned off the broadcast. It was well past noon when I finally opened my eyes. An intense feeling of fatigue pressed down from my head to my shoulders. I ground my teeth as I propped up my upper body. I'm exhausted. Despite pouring everything into the Protect the Empire challenge for the last 5 months, the game showed no signs of being cleared. 741 game overs. Even though I had maintained a solid resolve and continued the game without faltering, the continuous failures were beginning to take their toll. Should I just give up? The thought crossed my mind. Honestly, I've done enough, haven't I? Even my viewers told me to take a break if it was too hard. I could donate the amount raised from donations to a childhood cancer foundation, fulfilling the original intention. What matters is the effort. Who would blame me? After all, no one has ever beaten it before. Let's compromise. Yeah, just give up here and switch to another game. VRR. VRR. Just then, a vibrating sound came from the bedside. Startled, I sat up quickly and grabbed my phone. The caller's name was displayed on the screen. A bad feeling raced down my spine. I quickly answered the call. Hello. Thank you for visiting my child so often and for your support. In the CAF on the first floor of the hospital. Having rushed over after receiving the call, the kid's mother deeply bowed to me. After a brief silence, she hesitated for a long time before slowly opening her mouth. I've decided to let go of my child in a month. His body is too weak. They say there's almost no chance of him coming out of the coma. The doctors recommended it. His vital signs were too weak, and prolonging this wait was becoming impractical. They said it was time to make a decision. I'm exhausted, and so is my husband, but most of all, it seems like our child is the most tired. She managed a faint smile. Her eyes were dry from crying. We want to let him go peacefully while he's asleep. I'm really sorry, Mr. Retro Addict. You've been so supportive. I bit my lower lip hard. My fists clenched tightly on my knees. You said a month, right? Yes. For this remaining month, I won't give up. Excuse me? I'll support him in the way I can. So, please. I mustered all my courage and blurted out. So, please don't give up either. I still believe he's fighting. So, even though it sounded irresponsible. Let's not give up. Both of us. After saying this as if to convince myself more than her, I left the CAF almost like I was running away. As soon as I got home, I started the broadcast. Viewers poured in en masse. Retro Addict. Did Retro Addict Rage quit yesterday, lol? Coming on early after that hardcore session yesterday. Please play a different game, please. I'd rather watch you strip. Give up. There are no other games here. Gonna play Protect the Empire again? Ah! No more. My viewers were also getting tired. There were not a few who suggested quitting the challenge and playing another game. My viewership had dropped to less than half due to the long and harsh difficulty of the game. But I don't care. One last time. I launched Protect the Empire. Going all in for the final game. Last time for real. Last time for real. Last time for real. Last time for real. Last time 106. Let's go. This guy's determination is crazy, lol. I'm out. See ya. Are you still watching this? Still watching? Still? RetroAddict's perseverance is insane, lol. What's crazy is how fast viewers are leaving, haha. Stop! RetroAddict. What lies ahead is hell. Ignoring the uproarious chat window, I pushed it aside. I took a deep breath. Then, with wide-open eyes, I grasped the mouse. This game is terrible. The Hell Iron Man mode is even worse. But the pain I'm feeling now, compared to the suffering of that kid who's been tormented by illness his whole life in a hospital bed. How trivial is it? I know well that playing this game has no connection to that child waking up. But still, I am a broadcaster, and that child is a viewer, because this has been our way of communicating all this time. I hope my support reaches you. Staring at the tutorial stage that was unfolding, I repeated to myself, I don't wish for you to miraculously recover from all your illnesses and wake up as if by a lie. I hope you win this desperate battle of a lifetime with your will, not anyone else's. However, just as I had someone supporting me, I want you to know that you have someone supporting you too, just as your support gave me strength to move forward. I hope my modest support, in some small way, gives you strength in your fight. That is my humble wish. My wish is just that. In the ruins, Salome opened her eyes. It seemed she had revisited part of Ash's memories she had read a few days ago in her dreams. Ha! A scoff escaped her lips in disbelief. Salome pressed her hands firmly over her eyes. How foolish, how utterly foolish is this wish. So small, insignificant, and even childish. To make a wish for a kid who's practically a stranger, just because he once cheered him on. The motive is absurd, and the content is ludicrous. What? You want to send words of encouragement too? Is that really your wish? Is that really all? Aren't wishes supposed to be bigger, grander, more greedy? At the very least, something like granting the kid an indestructible body or bestowing upon him the blessing of immunity to all diseases. That scale of a wish. Just support? Merely wishing for the kid to stand up on his own? Just cheering and that's it? To risk your life in another world for such a trivial wish? It's incomprehensible. The risk he's taking is outrageously disproportionate to the triviality of his wish. The cost-benefit analysis just doesn't add up. Isn't he a complete idiot? So she thought she should stop him. It seemed too much of a loss for Ash, especially considering the secret she discovered about his soul. That wish of yours, is it really your wish? That's why she provoked Ash. To make him ask himself who he really is, what he truly wants. To quickly abandon such a petty wish and find something else. To pursue a purpose more for himself. But why? Having been immersed in his memories just a while ago, skimming the surface of his emotions, Salome felt like she was about to cry. His genuine sincerity. The movement of those emotions, incomprehensible through logic and reason. A true taste of the heart that she could never possess, it pained her. Why? Because the sensations of a succubus are fleeting. They cannot understand human emotions. So, they vicariously experience human emotions through others' dreams, inferring forms of joy and sorrow, craving emotions more than anyone else, and absorbing others' dreams and vital energy for that purpose, yet only ever skimming the surface without truly reaching their essence, such is the nature of a succubus. That is Salome. Why does it hurt? Salome clutched at her chest. For the first time since her birth, she felt a pain inside. Despite living for hundreds of years and perfectly imitating and understanding human nature on the surface, the heart of the succubus queen was fundamentally empty. Somewhere in that void throbbed. Why? Salome, lips tightly pressed, lifted her hands and slapped her cheeks twice. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of rain beating against the ground was heard. Salome poked her head out into the ruins. Black rain was pouring down. It was time for the flood. We can set off in just a few more hours. Sword Demon and Spear Demon, having brought a small boat, nodded as they placed it in front of the sewer. A channel had formed in front of the sewer, filled with black rainwater. It seemed that a little more rain would gather enough water to float the boat. This path isn't going to be smooth sailing either. Be prepared. There are monsters, foul smells, and above all, you'll have to fight the darkness. I nodded in response. I was prepared for everything. Would it be any different on land? The surface route also has monsters, foul smells, and requires fighting against darkness. If it's going to be hard anyway, it's better to take this route, which takes less time. Looking around, the rest of the temporary party members also appeared one by one. Mason, unsteady as if unwell, sat down below the ruins, and Salome had also appeared and stood beside him. Salome, with a sour expression, glanced at me and then quickly turned her head away. I blinked in confusion. What? When did she start avoiding me? Why is she acting like that? Are you leaving? That's when I heard a voice. Turning around, it was the kid. Well, the older brother from earlier. The one from the village, with whom I shared fruit and stories. His blurry eyes through disheveled hair looked at me. I smiled back at him. Yeah, I'll come again next time. I'll bring more fruit. The kid brother smirked. Everyone who falls into this village says that, and then no one ever comes back. Why would anyone want to come back to this awful, trashy village? Don't bother. With a wave of his hand, the kid brother walked away towards the village. Live happily in a world where the sun shines. The fruit was delicious. Goodbye. The kid brother disappeared into the rain. I felt conflicted. I sighed deeply and looked up at the pouring rain. Just a bit more rain and we'll be able to leave. Soon. I'll return to Crossroad. That's when I saw it. Among the pouring rain, slithering down the cliff, was something grotesque. It looked like writhing mist or a swarm of insects. What's that? Almost simultaneously as I muttered to myself, thud thud, hud hud hud. Suddenly, it cascaded down like a heavy shower. A dreadful stench and a chilling malevolence spread in all directions. I stepped back, fighting nausea. Could it be? Ash! A voice echoed. It sounded like thousands of crows flapping their wings, or like millions of insects gnashing their pincers. I will rot you. Within the indistinct form, a clear hostility emerged. Everything. This world. Along with you. Everything. The master of the plague. The black plague. The wound opener. The tangible agony. The screaming pus. The Nightmare Legion's fourth-ranked commander. Raven screamed as if his soul was tearing apart. I will burn and melt everything. Immediately after, a deluge of plague poured down from above my head.